街の明かりが滲んで見える窓の外に降る静かな雨心の奥に降り続く孤独の雨が僕を包む僕の心の中の雨が静かに降り続けるよ涙のように染み込むでも君を思うことで癒される雨音が響くこの部屋心の中の深い霧でも前に進むための力雨の中で見つけた希望の光降り続ける雨の中で君との思い出が鮮やかに優しく降り注ぐその雨が心の中を清めてゆく僕の心の中の雨が静かに降り続けるよ涙のように染み込むでも君を思うことで癒される雨が上がるその時まで心の奥に染み込む静けさ君の笑顔が胸に浮かぶ雨の後に訪れる忘れ僕の心の中の雨が静かに降り続けるよ涙のように染み込む、でも君を思うことで癒される僕の心の中の雨がやがて止む日を待ちながら君と過ごした日々を雨の中で抱きしめていく夜の静けさに包まれて君の名前が遠くに消えてく心の中のもやもや思い出せないまま過ぎてく思い出せない気持ち君と過ごした時間が思い出せない気持ち胸の奥で絡まるメロディー心の中でさまよう記憶君の笑顔が蘇るけどあの瞬間がどうしてもつかめない迷路のような愛の中で風に吹かれて思い出す君の声がまだ響いてるでもその感触は曖昧で切ない思いが募っていく思い出せない気持ち君と過ごした時間が思い出せない気持ち胸の奥で絡まるメロディー過去と今の間で揺れる心君との日々が色あせていくそれでも忘れられない思い出せない感情の
Hello.
中で
Good evening.
思い出せ
Oh, I feel like my music's still kind of loud. That's better. Hello, hello, hello. How's everyone doing? How we feeling? You guys, horrible news. My period started like literally 10 minutes ago. I was like, all right, let's get on stream. And then I was like, oh dear. I don't know how many of you are AFABs, but there's this certain feeling that you feel. You're just like, uh-oh. I should go check on that. It's like weird because February is such a short month, I feel like it's early, but it's not. I think it's on time. Or maybe it is. I don't know. I'm really bad at tracking these sorts of things. Some girls have calendars, but not me. I really just am raw dogging life. How's everyone doing? How's everyone's day? I hope everyone's day was good or night. I don't know. Whatever time it is for y'all. All I did today was go to work. And then I came home and I was like, I'm gonna do something productive. And then I was on the phone with a friend for a while. And after I got off the phone, I was like, actually, I changed my mind. I want to just lay around and do nothing. So I laid around and then tried to take a nap. But then I was on my phone and then I looked at the time and suddenly it was like late as hell. And I was like, what the fuck? Time blindness. Having ADHD is rough, man. But it's all Gucci. We made it. We made it, and that's what matters. I fell asleep for maybe 20 minutes. Maybe. Also, I went to put on one of my most favorite comfort shows. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Over the Garden Wall, but that's one of my all-time #1 favorite comfort shows to watch, and I watch it to sleep a lot. And I watch it whenever if I'm just chilling and I want something on the TV, but I don't want it to be something that's really distracting or that's gonna take up my attention, I put on Over the Garden Wall. I can probably quote the entire show word for word every single episode because I've seen it a bajillion times. But yeah, I'll usually watch it as in the background or to sleep. But every so often I'll also just sit down and actually watch it. It's a good show, so if you haven't watched it, you should check it out. It's a Cartoon Network show. I don't know how old it is. It's been around for a long time because I've been watching it for years. But I watched it on Hulu. Oh, but the reason I brought it up is because Hulu, I have Hulu with ads. So I have this Hulu subscription, but it's back in the day, back in 2014, Hulu and Spotify were linked. They were kind of a package deal. If you signed up for Spotify, you could also get a Hulu account. And I have had Spotify for a long ass time. I've had Spotify since at least 2014. So when I signed up for Spotify, I signed up for the Spotify and Hulu package, and that is not a thing anymore. But my Hulu credentials, my Hulu credentials that I have through Spotify still work. I don't know why or how, they've just never kicked me out. So I've had Hulu for free for a long ass time. But because of that, I have Hulu with ads because I don't want to mess around with upgrading my Hulu account to be one without ads, and then they catch on to the fact that I've had Hulu for free all this time. I know, right? What's up, Malice? Welcome in. I've literally had Hulu for free since 2014, and there's gotta be they've got to know. Someone somewhere has got to know that I've been cheating the system and I've had Hulu for free all this time, but they've never done anything about it. Don't jinx it. No, dude, I tell people about this I was about to say all the time, as if I talk about the fact that I have a Hulu account all the time. But anytime it becomes relevant in conversation, I talk about it, and it's never changed. And I mean I'm years. I think that Hulu and Spotify stopped being linked to one another at least 6 or 7 years ago. At least, because Hulu is linked together with Disney Plus now. Your Disney Plus login and Hulu login, if you have they're the same. But yeah, but my Spotify login and Hulu login are the same because of whatever sort of mistake made in the system. They're just praising me for being a loyal customer. But yeah, so okay, so all of that to be like, I have Hulu with ads, but Over the Garden Wall, which is my number one favorite comfort show, is like a Cartoon Network show. It's only 10 episodes long, and each episode is only like 15 minutes long tops. Like, they're really short episodes. You can watch the whole series in like an hour and like 20 minutes. And I watch it all the time, and it doesn't have ads. Like, like, there's sometimes even when you have Hulu with ads, there are like shows that just don't have ads. I can't explain it. Like, it might not be this way now, but Adventure Time used to be that way. Like, I would watch Adventure Time and I'd never have ads. Or like, there's this anime that I started watching on Hulu called Go Go Loser Ranger. The name makes it sound silly, but it's actually really good. I've been really enjoying it. And when I was watching that show, no ads. And all of this time, throughout all my years of watching Over the Garden Wall, there've never been ads. But I put it on today while I was just chilling, you know, like relaxing after work and like rotting, and there were ads. There were like 2 ads per episode. And as I mentioned previously, the episodes are like 10 to 15 minutes long. So like 2 ads, and they weren't short ad breaks either. They were like a minute and 15 seconds. So that's like 2.5 minutes of ads for a 10 to 15 minute episode. And I'm like, this is bullshit, bro. I was pissed because I was like, I put it on because I was trying to take a nap. And I wanted something like chill. Like, I wanted something that like, hang on, I have to cough. My mic when I cough, so you guys don't have to hear me die. But like, I put it on usually to sleep. I'll put it on just to chill, whatever. And it's nice because it's kind of like a dark show too. Yeah, that is very uncash money of Hulu. How could they put ads on my number one comfort show of all time? Like, why would they do that to me specifically? Because I have to be the only person who on a regular basis watches that show. Like, it's only me. I'm the reason they have that show still on Hulu, because I watch it like at least once a month. If not more. Sometimes I watch it on repeat. Like, I'll watch all of it and then it ends and then I start it again. So I'm the reason that it's even on there. And they had the audacity to put ads on my favorite fucking comfort show. And I'm really pissed off about it. Because I was napping, right? Like, I was just about to doze off. And then an ad started. And like, the ads are brighter and louder than the show is. So it like snapped me out of dozing off, and I was perturbed, to say the least. I whipped my head up at the screen like, what the fuck is this? But yeah, Over the Garden Wall is one of my favorite shows. If you've never seen it before, yeah, it's a Cartoon Network show, and it's like the whole entire show is like kind of like dark and dreary. Like, the colors are all kind of muted, and the show just as a whole is like visually very dark. And then thematically it's also kind of dark. But like it makes for great sleeping TV because like the audio isn't particularly like noisy, and it's visually very dark, so like it's great because it doesn't cast a lot of light into the room. But yeah, then a bright ass Arby's ad starts to play in the middle of it, kind of ruins the whole thing. I don't care that Arby's has the meats. I'm trying to sleep to my comfort show, dog. I was pissed. I was so upset. And then another one played, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I'm like, these episodes are literally so short. Like, what? Like, why? Why? Yeah. I don't know, guys. This might be the thing that makes me finally upgrade my Hulu account to have no ads and perhaps lose my free Hulu. This might be the final straw. This might be what does it for me. If they continue to have ads on my fucking show. But yeah, you guys should watch Over the Garden Wall, by the way. Shameless plug, because for a show that doesn't have anything to do with me, other than the fact that I just really like it. Um, but it's like this series about these two boys who are like lost in this sort of like dark dreamscape land um, called the Unknown, and they don't really know how they got there or why they're there. Um, and as they wander, they like meet different characters, and like different stories are told like throughout the show. Um, and like it's kind of like I don't want to spoil the end if you haven't seen it. Like, even though it's a show that's been out for a long time, it's a show that I love a lot, so I don't want to spoil it. But, like, it's got kind of, like, an interesting twist at the end that gives the rest of the entire show a little bit more of a deeper meaning. So it has really good rewatchability, and I highly recommend it. It's a good-ass show. Cartoon Network used to be the GOAT. Cartoon Network used to have the shows, you know? I don't know what's playing on Cartoon Network these days, but shows like Over the Garden Wall. What are some other like? There's a couple of like other Cartoon Network shows that I like really love. Like Cartoon Network shows. I don't know, but like shows from like that time period. Yeah, like from like maybe like 2000s or 2010s. I feel like 2010s was where it was at for like those kind of like. Yeah. What other shows are there? I know a lot of people love Steven Universe. I've never watched that one though. Dude, like, okay, this one's way less deep, but I fucking love Regular Show. That one fucks. What else was there? Bob's Burgers is a solid. Is that Cartoon Network, really? I didn't know Bob's Burgers was Cartoon Network. Is it really? Steven Universe is good. Dude, yeah, Regular Show is peak. That's peak cinema right there. Wait. Is Bob's Burgers and like Rick and Morty, are those Cartoon Network shows? Really? I don't know why I didn't know that. Maybe the internet is lying to me. But according to the internet, those are Cartoon Network shows. Okay, is like Adult Swim and yeah, I was like, is Adult Swim and Cartoon Network aren't they on like the same? If you have like cable, aren't they on the same channel? If I remember correctly. Yeah, maybe Bob's Burgers is also Adult Swim because I'm like, yeah, those are like more like adult themed shows. Not Cartoon Network, but another like quote unquote kids show that I really love is oh my god, my brain is broken. Gravity Falls. That's a Disney XD show, but I love that show as well. Like it's like from the same time frame as like Adventure Time and like Over the Garden Wall, like in the same sort of like era of like animated children's TV. There's a couple on here that have like interesting looking thumbnails. Like, what is Villainous? The art style looks really fun, but that's a Cartoon Network show that I've not seen. Yeah, dude, Gravity Falls is so good. I want to cosplay Mabel one day. I love Gravity Falls so much. I like have a poster from Gravity Falls in my room, and I would love to cosplay either Mabel or Dipper, one of the twins, because I have a friend who I think really wants to cosplay Mabel, so I'd cosplay Dipper. I have Dipper's hat. There was a period of time where Hot Topic was selling the little blue and white pine tree hat, and I have the hat. I was like, oh shit, look at the drip, and I bought that shit immediately on site. Yeah, The like 2010s. It was a good era. It was a good era for Cartoon Network and children's animation in general. There's a couple of good ones that are like new though. Like I have a friend who really loves The Owl House. I don't know what like who makes that one. Like I don't know if that's Cartoon Network or if that's Disney or what, but I have a friend who really likes The Owl House. And and that same friend also likes The Colorful World of Gumball, which is Cartoon Network. But that one I feel like I watched an episode or two and just wasn't doing it for me. But I'm sure if I like stuck with it for a little bit, I'd probably like it. My ADHD would enjoy it. You should cosplay Waddles. Let's fucking go. What's up, Yoboshi? Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm talking about 2010 Cartoon Network shows that I enjoy. But namely Over the Garden Wall because it's the best show. Have you guys seen that one? Because I'm like, Mellis, you're like talking about Steven Universe, regular show, Gravity Falls. Have you seen Over the Garden Wall? Because if you like those other ones, then you would definitely like Over the Garden Wall. You've seen 4 out of 10? You might as well have kept going and watched the other 6. It's so good. Never heard of it. Yeah, it's a Cartoon Network show from 2014. And I was talking about it because it's like a comfort show of mine, so I like watch it really often. I watch it like at least once a month. I'll like put it on to go to sleep, or I'll like put it on when I'm just like trying to chill. And it's like thematically dark show about 2 boys lost in this kind of like dark, twisted, dreamscape woods-esque place. It's kind of creepy. Like overall, it's got like a nice like creepy fall Halloween vibe. And it's like man, like I don't want to spoil it because it's so freaking good, but also I feel like I can't talk about it without like just delving into like the entirety of the show and like the end of the show, because like so much is lost if I don't talk about the end. Like I can't properly talk about it with it's a show where you don't really fully understand everything that's going on unless you see the whole thing. The most I remember is they're on a boat for an episode and there are frogs. Yeah, I love that one. That episode is called like Dreams in Frogland or something like that. It's a good episode. That episode is like, you stopped like right before shit starts to get kind of real. Like after that episode, like there are some things that happen in the show where like up to that point that have like a little bit of a heavy theme, but after that point it gets a little heavier. There's a betrayal. But like to spoil it, but to not, essentially the 2 main characters, Greg and Wirt, they are like the place where they are, like the woods, the quote-unquote unknown, is a place like limbo. They're kind of in a place between life and death, and they're like wandering through this place trying to find their way home. So like trying to like not die, because something you see it in a later episode, but like something happens where they have like there's like an accident, and it's like in like the quote-unquote real world, like a more realistic world, and then they end up in the unknown, and it's about like hope and like growth and childhood and like and connection and siblingship. Like it's a good ass show, you guys. It's so good. It's so freaking good. You guys have to see this shit. It's special to me. And also, there's like a handful of like things in that show that are like genuinely kind of scary. Like if I was a child, I feel like it would scare me. I'm gonna show you guys something. I'm gonna show you guys a still frame from the show that, like, with no context whatsoever, that is kind of scary. So also, if you have what's that fear of like stuff with like multiple holes, like trichophobia, what is it, trichophobia. If you guys have trichophobia, do not look at this. But like, dude, like, I feel like if I was a kid and I like was watching this would have scared me. Like, okay. Again, if you have like trichophobia or anything like that, do not look at this. But like, this is like a still frame from the show, and like this shit's creepy as hell. Hold my hand and I will watch it with you. Okay. Let's all hold hands and watch Over the Garden Wall like a family. Yeah, this is like a still frame from the show. This is a still frame from the show. This is a still frame from the show. Like this shit is kind of creepy, right, guys? And I feel like if I was like 10 years old and I was watching this, it might have scared me a little bit. So like this character is like the main antagonist of the show, and he's like a monster and he's really scary. Oh my gosh. But yeah, then there's like sick ass realistic fan arts of him. Like, this shit's cool as hell. Does he give out crab rangoons? No, he gives out despair. Actually, the Beast, because that's the name of this character. This is the Beast. The Beast would love Danganronpa. The Beast of the Night. I have like a really cool, I wonder if I could find it. I have this like really cool art that I purchased from like an indie artist of like, it's like an Over the Garden Wall art. And it's like a print that I really want to put up in my room. But it's like of the Beast and also of like Wirt and Greg. I feel like I posted it somewhere on the interwebs, and I wonder if I could find it. I think I like posted it on one of my social medias. I feel like I posted it on Reddit or something. But God knows if I can figure out my Reddit login. I don't know. Despair is not as tasty. Are you sure about that? I don't know. I think despair tastes pretty good. Wait, I'm like, my like account, like my PC is like logged into a Reddit account, but it's not my Reddit account. Huh? What? Whose Reddit account is this? Who is... I don't want to dox their username, but whose Reddit account is this? I don't even know who it is, so I don't want to say it, but... I say despair is cringe, hope is based. You guys would be good Hope's Peak Academy students. You can never give in to despair. Waifu made you late. Who's your waifu? Ooh, I didn't know Yumi had a waifu. Okay. Okay, Riz. Oh, I found it! Okay, wait. I'll save it to my phone. And then I'll send it to myself, and then I'll show you guys. Meow, 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 meow. I almost sent it to the wrong place. Okay. Meow. And then I have to say, oh my god, there's just so many steps. Save image. Let's just save it in downloads. And then I can do this. Downloads. So I have like a print, an Over the Garden Wall print that looks like this. And it's really tight. I'm gonna put it in front of my face. Look at this shit. Isn't it cool? And I need to put, I want to like frame it because it's just so freaking cool. But I want to like put this shit up on my wall. Look at their post. Oh, where? Dox the person on Reddit? No! Okay, well, okay, listen. I'm mostly joking, okay? So I don't know if you guys have played Danganronpa before. I know some of you have. I know Yumi's pretty familiar, but like the whole shtick with Danganronpa is hope versus despair. So, but yeah. Anyway, this is my really cool ass print that I have that I want to put up on my wall. It's been collecting dust. It's not up right now because I don't actually have that many posters up right now, but I had to buy this shit because it was fire. I've lost my train of thought completely. I feel like that sometimes. Sometimes you just think about Over the Garden Wall and your head goes blank. That's just my roommate just shouted from the other room. That's just you. No, listen, guys. It's a good ass show. You guys should all watch it. I encourage you all to watch it. Not familiar. Not familiar with Over the Garden Wall. Well, now would be a good time to watch it. Just cause. Everyone go get a Hulu account and watch Over the Garden Wall. I feel like I can watch it I feel like there's another place you can stream it, but that's where I watch it, is on Hulu. You have Hulu? Perfect. I'm putting it in the Discord. Everyone's homework is to watch Over the Garden Wall. Today's homework: watch Over the Garden Wall. You guys have been given an assignment. Don't let me down. You guys, do you think we're gonna finish Danganronpa today? Just like in high school, I won't do it. Oh my gosh. Do it for me. I'm not your teacher, okay? I'm your Oshi. You're supposed to listen to everything I say. You don't have to watch it, but I think you should. It's a good show, and I like it a lot. Oh, and you're not familiar with Danganronpa. You just seem like you know about it. I don't know. Whenever I'm playing it, you seem like you know what's going on. So I assumed you knew about it. You've just seen a lot about it online. I gave my terms for watching this show. Okay. Word. All right. We're gonna have to hold hands in order to watch Over the Garden Wall. I do not follow your conventional online VTubing rules and standards. Fine. Lame, but fine. I have to accept it. What am I supposed to do? Come through the screen and tape your eyes open and tie you guys to a chair and make you watch it? What if I just rolled up at your house, and obviously you don't really know what I look like in real life, so you wouldn't know who I am. You'd be super confused. And I just rolled up to your house, knocked down your door, logged into Hulu on your TV, tied you to a chair and taped your eyes open and made you watch Over the Garden Wall. What would you do? What would you guys even do? Would I get booba if I watch it? No, it's a kids show. It's a Cartoon Network show. It's wholesome. You'll get kitsune tears because if I actually sit down and actually watch it, I cry, so. Hard pass. You guys are lame. I can't believe you guys aren't gonna watch my favorite comfort show. It hurts my feelings. It really cuts deep. It really cuts deep. What have you guys been up to today? I don't really have anything to talk about because I haven't done anything today other than go to work. And work is really boring to talk about because it's the same shit every day. I was very much on autopilot today, so the time went by really fast. And now here we are. Today was a blur. I kind of wanted to like clean my room a little. I wanted to do some organization. But when I got home, all of the motivation I had to do that immediately left my body. And then I sat on the couch for a few hours before the stream. My birthday's coming up, so that's exciting. I'm actually going to stream on my birthday. My birthday is March 12th, which is a Wednesday. So it's going to be our Wednesday stream. I don't have anything like special planned on my birthday day. I'm going to be just like streaming with you guys. And then I'm going to be working after that. But either the day before or the day after, I'm kind of trying to like plan stuff out. I want to go do something fun. I don't know what, but I want to go do something fun. I want to go like shopping or go see a movie or like go take a walk. There's like a couple of really pretty like nature-y areas near where I live, and it's been kind of nice outside, and I want to go touch grass. Huh? I thought my roommate said something to me. Yours is April 11th. We're almost exactly a month apart. If only yours was April 12th. Then my birthday. My birthday's on March 12th. I'm getting another year older. Another year closer to death. Whenever I go to like concerts and stuff and there are like teenagers there and they're like trying to push past me and like get in my way and be annoying, I always am like, you guys can move out of my way because I'm gonna die sooner than you. So I deserve to be closer and to see the show more than you do. I have actually said that to teenagers at a concert before. I'll be like, can you move out of my way? I'm going to die before you because I'm older than you. So please move. They kind of just, like, if you say something like that to teenagers, they kind of just look at you, like, really surprised, like they don't know what to say. And I feel like it's really effective. So if you're an older person like me, I highly recommend saying shit like that to teenagers. Power move, dude. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, like when I was at Lollapalooza, there were these like, I think they were like 18 or 19. They were not very, I don't think they were in their 20s yet. There were these like two girls and they were younger and they were being like really annoying and pushy, and they were taller than me by like several inches because, as I have mentioned in the past, I'm fairly short. And so like I love going to concerts. I love being in the pit for concerts. But if someone like tall decides to stand directly in front of me instead of like slightly off to the side so that I can see past their big fat head, I can't see shit. I'm just eating their fucking hair and I can't see anything, and it pisses me the fuck off. It's like, okay, you could literally scoot over like 2 inches and then I'd be able to see, but no, you're gonna be an ass and you're gonna stand right in front of me. Like, okay. But yeah, there were these like 2 teenage girls, and the reason I know their age is because they were like, oh, initially they were like behind me, and they were originally being like friendly and like chit-chatting, and they like mentioned that they were like teenagers, and I was like, oh, guess how old I am. And I look really young, so everyone's always really surprised when I tell them my age. And but then like during like the show, they kind of like pushed past me, and yeah, and they were easily like 5 inches taller than me, and like it was a very crowded pit. Like there were like lots of people. Like it was like bodies on bodies. Like it's the type of pit where you're all best friends because you're essentially fucking cuddling with one another. And the one girl like literally stood like directly in front of me, so like literally all I could see was the back of her head, and it pissed me off so much. And I literally was like, can you guys actually like let me stand in front of you, because I can't see anything, and I'm older than you, and I'm going to die before you, so I think that I deserve to see the show. And they let me get in front of them. It worked. So I deserved to be in front of them anyway, because they pushed their way in front of me. Last time I was at a concert, I just called the older, taller, drunk person blocking my view. I don't know if I should say that word on stream. I freely use that word in life, but I don't know if I should say it on stream. No, it's just like annoying when someone like super tall stands in front of you, especially like when you're as short as I am, because it's like they were tall enough that like if I'm standing directly in front of them, they can see over my head, because like they're an entire head taller than me. So like it genuinely wouldn't matter if I was like they can see if I'm standing in front of them, but I can't see anything if they're standing in front of me. So I'm always like, yo, that shit's disrespectful as fuck, actually. But it was fine. In the end, I could see my show, and I got some good videos. Because when I went to Lollapalooza, that's when I went to go see Stray Kids, and it was my second time seeing them. And I was like really close to like the extended stage, but like because of like where those girls were standing, like I couldn't see anything. So I was like, please, I just want to see my kids. Lollapalooza was fun though. Hot, sweaty, I got sunburned, but it was fun. I did so well though. Like Lollapalooza is 4 days long. I went 3 out of those 4 days without getting a sunburn. Like I didn't get sunburned on the day that I saw Stray Kids. And I don't know if I ever told you guys the story of when I went to see Stray Kids at Lollapalooza, but I was really insane about it. So I like the activities of Lollapalooza do not start until 11 a.m. But like you can line up outside of the venue area like at whatever time you want. So like me and my friends lined up outside of the gates to Lollapalooza at like I think 8 a.m. like 7 or 8 a.m. And so like we were just like in line at the gates for if it was 7 a.m. I think it was around 7, so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. For 4 hours we were just in line outside of Lollapalooza. And then we went in, and Stray Kids were playing on the main stage. So it's like, and everyone who was in line outside of the venue was there for Stray Kids. They had their light sticks, they had their fan signs, they had their t-shirts, you know, their little skizoos, the plushies and everything. Like every single person who was out there was there for Stray Kids. So then when they let everybody in, once you got past security, it was a mad dash to the main stage. People were like running to secure a spot on barricade, like fucking sprinting like their lives depended on it. You would think that the world was fucking ending. Um, I like casually walked there. I was like, cause I knew that I wasn't gonna get a spot on the barricade. Like, I'm not as crazy as those other people. I'm crazy. I was crazy enough to line up at like 7, 8 a.m., but not crazy enough to push and shove my way up into the front. So, I got into Lollapalooza at 11 a.m. and Stray Kids was the headliner for that day, which means that they didn't go on stage until like I think 8 p.m. So I was out in the sun nonstop from like 7 a.m. to like 10 p.m. when their set ended. And I stayed up at the main stage. Like, I didn't leave to eat, I didn't leave to pee, I didn't leave for anything. I was up at the main stage from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. when their set ended. This is not the first time I've done something like this. So I was physically, mentally, emotionally prepared, spiritually prepared for this experience. But I'm like older now than I once was. So it was a little harder on my body this time than it was in the past. Because I've camped for concerts like before. Like for rock concerts and stuff like that. I've done like all day camping and shit. But it is rough. Like the people, the staff around the stage, they hand water to the crowd so that you can stay hydrated. But here's the trick, and this is not good for you. Don't do this. Don't follow in my footsteps. This is like actually insane behavior, and I don't condone it. I don't condone other people doing this. But the trick to staying up there all day without leaving is to drink just enough water to stay hydrated so that you're not gonna like faint, but not so much water that your body's gonna process it too quickly and you're gonna have to pee. Because you can't leave for anything. You can't leave to go to the bathroom, you can't leave to get food, you can't leave to get water. Like, you just have to stand there all day and pray that you don't pass the fuck out, because it's also like literally in July, like middle of July in Chicago outside. So yeah, it's a dedicated but crazy ass experience. Machi lost me, dude. No, this is the life of like a true fucking groupie, because like I like Stray Kids is like my jam right now, but like I've had other bands in the past that I've been just as crazy about. Stray Kids, however, is like the biggest name band that I've been into. Like, they are by far the most popular and the most famous group that I've been like this into. I was also like a huge fucking groupie for a group called Set It Off, which is like a pop punk band. I was super into them from like 2012 to probably around like 2017-ish, 2016, 2017. I was like super, super, super into this band called Set It Off. I would go to several shows of theirs, like all up and down the East Coast. I met the members of the band several times but see, it was like easy because they were a small group. Especially when I first got into them in 2012, like they were still playing like really tiny venues and shit like that. So like, it would be like after their set, they would like come out and like hang out in the crowd and stuff like that. And like half the time I'd go see them, they were opening for like a bigger band. So like they weren't even the headliner for like the show that I would be going to. But I was so into them. They were like my all-time favorite band. I have a tattoo. I have a Set It Off tattoo because I loved them so much. And I'm not really into them anymore. They like changed their vibe up a lot. But like, I don't know, it's still a good memory. But yeah, I saw Set It Off live at, oh my god, like at least 15-20 times. I met all of the members of the band in person like at least 6 or 7 times. And I used to camp. When they started getting a little bit more popular, I would like camp for their shows. I would like line up outside of the venue hours and hours and hours before the show started so that I could like get a good spot. And I'm like a veteran at this shit. I know what I'm doing. But no, it's kind of crazy behavior. I'm aware of that. But it's also fun. It's fun because it's not like you're the only one doing it, right? Like when I go and I do these sorts of things, I'm not the only one. So then you end up like making friends with the other crazy ass people. And like you all have like something in common, which is like how much you love this like music group. So like it's a lot of like fun connecting with the community. Like I made so many friends in like the pop punk scene through Set It Off. I used to like some of those people I'm still in contact with, some of them I kind of fell out of contact with, but I've made like I made a ton of friends in any fan space that I end up like getting myself immersed in because I get so into it, whatever it is. And it's not always a band. Like sometimes my hyperfixation is like an anime series or something, but like a lot of times my hyperfixations are like music centric. Like Idolish 7 is like an anime that I really love, but it's like a music anime. But yeah, my concert going experiences are pretty crazy. I also used to go to Warped Tour a lot. I don't know if any of you emo kids in here used to attend Warped Tour. There's a Warped Tour happening this year, I think, which is wild because it like ended forever ago and now they're bringing it back. But they like started selling tickets forever ago, but they didn't have like a lineup. So I'm like, who's going to buy tickets to a big ass music festival when you don't know who's even gonna be there? Like I don't know, like I definitely prefer to buy concert tickets or like festival tickets after the like lineup has been announced, you know. I wasn't emo, but I did go to Warped Tour a lot. Yeah, I guess you don't have to be an emo kid to go to Warped Tour, but there sure are a lot of emo kids at Warped Tour. Yeah, classic Warped Tour, man. I miss the old Warped Tour. I used to go to Warped Tour all the time. I remember going to like the quote unquote last Warped Tour, like the final one. Man, Warped Tour used to be a time. It was so good. But like, if you go to Warped Tour, that's practically the same thing as my experiences like camping at stages and shit like that, because you're out in the sun all damn day. I was more so punk than and metal. Okay, well, that they're adjacent. That's what I guess I just mean like the hardcore scene as a whole. If you were into the hardcore scene at all, you know, Warped Tour was the fucking spot. But like Warped Tour used to be affordable back in the day. You guys know what I'm saying? Like you could get like Warped Tour tickets for like shit. I feel like I remember them at one point in time being like $60. And now they're going for like a couple hundred. I'm like, that's fucking crazy. I know that shit just shit's just gotten altogether more expensive over the years. But when I saw the prices for like the new Warped Tour, I was like, what the fuck, yo? Warped Tour is supposed to be like affordable. Warped Tour was the place where you just got to go see a shit ton of like metal and punk and emo and like whatever bands for like a good price, and now it's like so expensive. It's so expensive, and they didn't even announce the lineup. I think they're announcing the lineup soon. I feel like they like maybe have by now announced some of the lineup. I don't even think the whole thing has been announced yet. They weren't hardcore, it's more into Madball, Gorilla Biscuit, emo kids wouldn't hang. No. I mean, I always listen to a whole bunch of different stuff. I listened to like a lot of the artists at Warped Tour, like even like genres that were like pretty different from one another. I enjoyed listening to a lot of them. But yeah, it's definitely more of like Some of my favorites were like Pierce the Veil. I really like when I was like younger. I mean, I still like these groups to this day, and I'm going to see Pierce the Veil on their Eras tour this year, which I'm excited about. Um, but like in like middle and high school too, like I loved Pierce the Veil. I loved Linkin Park. I used to really like Limp Bizkit too. What else, man? What else did I listen to? Shit. Shit. I don't even remember. It's been a minute. I wonder if I still have like my I have like music back from when like you would buy individual songs on like iTunes and shit. Abandon All Ships, I used to fuck with them. Alisana. Let's see, who else? Who else? As I Lay Dying, Atreyu. That's my shit, bro. That's my shit. Who else? Who else did I listen to? I listened to so much shit though. Mex tried to get me into Pierce the Veil and Sleeping with Sirens, but I couldn't. I love Pierce the Veil, man. Pierce the Veil is like seriously probably like always gonna be one of my favorite bands. I enjoy Sleeping with Sirens, but and like their sounds are very adjacent, but Pierce the Veil is my shit. Like I like Sleeping with Sirens, but Pierce the Veil. Ooh, Bring Me the Horizon. I still love Bring Me the Horizon. They still make music. I'm not going to embarrass myself with some of these bands. Like some of these bands I don't even want to tell you guys because they're kind of cringe. I can't get through many songs. Bring Me is pretty great. Yes, Bring Me the Horizon's good. I mean, like, so my favorite Pierce the Veil album is Collide with the Sky. And I think that album is a no-skip album. Front to back, I can listen to that album on repeat. I love that album. But, like, I can see, like, it's maybe not for everyone. Oh my god, stop trying to... I can't even deny it because my dark past... You're looking me straight in the face with my dark past. Why would you call me out like that, Yoboshi? But Machi, you are cringe. Yeah, man. Well, since you've already called me out, I might as well be honest. Yeah, Blood on the Dance Floor, Broken Side, Millionaires. Bitch, I loved Crunkcore. I was like such a scene kid. Oh my god. It's embarrassing, bro. It's not embarrassing though, because scene's coming back anyway. Trends just keep repeating themselves. But yes, yeah, I enjoyed that Crunkcore scene music stuff. Bullet for My Valentine, bro. Chunk, No Captain Chunk. They've been around for a long ass time. Who else? I also used to be into like house music and I like EDM still, but I used to listen to like a lot of house music and I used to like Deadmau5 a lot. And I also used to like that kind of like reggae EDM. Like I used to love Dirty Heads. I went and saw Dirty Heads at a festival. That shit was crazy. I can't talk too much about that experience because I was engaging in illegal activities in Minecraft during that time, but it was a good ass show. Loved Bullet for My Valentine. Listened to a lot of hardstyle. Okay. Don't shush. In Minecraft, Yoboshi. In Minecraft, okay? In Minecraft. I've never done anything illegal in my life, okay? Ever. Oh, Escape the Fate. Back when they still had Ronnie Radke, who is a piece of shit. But I can't deny that Escape the Fate was never as good once he left. Who else? You know I was a real emo girl because my all-time favorite band growing up for the longest time was Evanescence. like, if you asked me who my favorite artist was from like the age of like 12 to the age of like 18, I would have told you Evanescence. In Minecraft, Jiboshi, in Minecraft. We're not admitting to crimes in stream today because none of us have ever committed crimes. We're all perfectly upstanding citizens of society who have never committed crimes ever. I used to, have you guys heard of Family Force 5? Because I used to like Family Force 5 too. And I'm not gonna lie, I've seen them live like twice, and they put on a really good show. I don't know if they're still around, but I used to enjoy Family Force 5 a lot. Who else? I feel like there's a few more. Oh, like some of the heavier stuff that I used to listen to is Five Finger Death Punch, which I still listen to them sometimes. Flyleaf, I used to love. I've seen Flyleaf live like 3 times. I love, but like when they changed the front woman, I felt like I fell out of them. I think their original front woman was named like Lacey, and now they have a new girl, and her name's like Kirsten or something like that. She's talented and she's good, but no one can replace my girl Lacey. Who else? Godsmack. I'm literally just like, oh my, wait, I have another cringe one. I have another cringe one that I don't know if I should share with the class that I used to listen to a lot and like really like unironically heavily fucked with this band. If you guys know who this band is, you're gonna cringe at me, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys because I trust you guys, okay? I used to unironically love Hollywood Undead. So much. Like, I'm not kidding. I physically own still, like, because I never get rid of like albums. I like physically own Hollywood Undead albums. Like, I used to have Hollywood Undead posters up in my room when I was in high school. Hour of yap making me feel old. I'm sorry. Do you not like listening to me yap? I think you've come to the wrong place. I'm a yap master. Don't call the IRS, bro. But I used to unironically heavily fuck with Hollywood Undead. Like, I'm not kidding. And I'm like, that one's a little embarrassing. Another group that I didn't like fuck with heavy, but have gone to see live because they were at a festival and I was like, why not? Not saying you're aging me. Okay, alright. You feel all remembering all these bands and shit. I know, yeah. We're going back in time right now. We're having nostalgia hour. But yeah, a band that I never like fucked with because I'm just not into that. I'm not into this scene like that. But like, I had an opportunity to go watch them, so I did. Is Insane Clown Posse. And also, that was fun. It was a fun show. Like, I saw them at a festival, and the crowd was like, it was good vibes. Juggalos are kind of cool. I don't know. Like, they're usually pretty nice people. So, that was a cool show. But, yeah, I've seen Insane Clown Posse live, and I used to occasionally listen to their music. I feel like me talking about the kind of music I listened to in high school really paints a picture for you guys as to who I was in life as a person in high school. And, like, high school was a long time ago for me. I'm, like, gonna age myself, but I graduated high school in 2014. So, like, high school was quite a long time ago for me, but yeah, I used to listen to a lot. Obviously, like, these weren't the only types of, like, this wasn't the only type of music I listened to. There was this band called Congos that I really liked when I was in high school. I don't know if they're still around, but, like, their music was really cool. And I used to listen to like different types of like EDM and R&B and shit as well. And I also was like really into rap for a period of time in high school. I jumped around in different music genres a lot in that time of life. I used to love Ludacris. Luda. I used to watch this show. It would like if you guys remember cable TV. I don't know how old you guys are, Chad. I don't know if you guys are cool like this. But like back when you had like satellite and cable TV, there was a TV show called 106 in Park. And it was like it was just kind of like a live music like show essentially, and it was like all like R&B and rap artists, and I used to watch that regularly and keep up with like different like types of R&B and rap in like in my high school time. Old enough to remember TV guides declining. I remember TV guides, man. What a time that was. Now everything's streaming. And it's like I enjoy streaming, but and I don't necessarily like miss or yearn for the time when there was cable TV and satellite TV with TV guides and all that stuff. But it was like a time, it was a time in history. It was fun when you would like watch a show weekly on cable TV and you had to pee or you wanted to get a snack and you waited for the commercial and then you ran like a bat out of hell to go take a piss and then get back before the commercials ended. Like kids these days will never know what that's like. Kids these days will never understand the thrill, the absolute fucking heart attack you had running to the bathroom during the commercials so that you could get back in time for the show because you can't pause or rewind on cable TV. My music changed from year to year. I barely remember the artists or songs, but if I heard them, I would know them. The only reason I'm able to like name these artists is because I'm like literally looking through like these like old playlists from that period of time. I like still have like access to all of the music because I use like Spotify now, but I used to use like iTunes before Apple Music was a thing, and I somehow still have get out of here, bot. Get out of my fucking chat, bro. But yeah, like I used to use like just iTunes. Like I would just buy music on iTunes. Use YouTube music. Okay, I don't know if it was you or someone else, but if it was someone has told me that before, that YouTube Music is better. And I think that and it was you. Okay. And I think really my only excuse was that I have like a bajillion perfectly curated playlists on Spotify, and if I were to transition over to YouTube Music, it would like I would have to like sit down for a few hours and like remake all of my playlists. Which isn't the end of the world. I could do it. It's just slightly inconvenient. Your iTunes got deleted, all the music you bought is gone. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people had that experience where like all of those like iTunes purchases that they made before Apple Music was a thing just like have been scrubbed from existence, but I still have access to literally every iTunes purchase that I made. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I'm not going to complain about it. Because it's fun for moments like this where I'm like, I haven't used iTunes since I was like in high school and in middle school. So like, I just like can look through this and be like, oh yeah, this is the music that I listened to in that time. They purposely made it where you can't minimize it and made it a paid subscription. Oh, YouTube Music? Yeah, but if you have YouTube Premium, you have access to YouTube Music, right? I think you told me that, Yoboshi, but it's like a different app or something. But yeah, I had to figure out how it works. Like, I'd have to like download the app and figure out how it works, and then like I'd have to like transfer all my shit over. Using music is a thing that helps you integrate your Spotify playlist. What? Okay, if they have that, then yeah. If they're already making it easier for me to change, then I might as well. Like, because I pay for YouTube Premium anyway. So like I might as well. Also like just like from a like moral standpoint, Spotify fucking sucks and pays their artists the least per stream. But the thing about Spotify is like the numbers and like charting on Spotify like has a really big effect on bands and like the music scene in general. Like if a band is trying to go on tour and they're trying to book venues and shit, the venues will like look at their number of like followers and streams and like monthly listeners. They'll look at that shit on Spotify, and that is like counted into the decision as to whether or not they're going to like have like sell that space to that band, which is interesting. But like it's interesting to think about how like yes, Spotify is shitty in like many ways, and like art, and if you want to monetarily support an artist, streaming them on Spotify is definitely like not the way to do it. But like it still does count for something like in the music industry. In high school and middle school, I was cool and downloaded my music the not paying way. Yeah, like LimeWire and shit. I was always so scared of LimeWire. I don't know, like I didn't understand how it worked, and like it confused me a lot because there were like a lot of files and shit on places like LimeWire that were like corrupted and like had viruses and stuff, and I was always like really scared to use it, so I never really used stuff like that. I always ended up either paying for my music, or I'd have a friend like download music from LimeWire onto their computer and then like burn a disc for me, and then I would like and then I would transfer the music from the disc onto my computer. But yeah, I'll take a closer look at YouTube Music. I didn't know they had a way to integrate like that. Gets on my tiptoes to see over the fence. What's up, Nazi? Welcome in. We're just talking about random shit right now. We've been yapping for like an hour. We must leave Spotify behind. We don't need them. Yeah. Monokuma's getting grumpy. I know. I'm like, and I kind of want to see if we can finish the game tonight. So I know I should definitely get on the game soon. But I'm having fun. I like talking to you guys. I never truly understood the dangers of LimeWire and FrostWire. It's mostly like there would be like multiple files, right, for like the same song, but like some of those files would have viruses, or some of those files would be corrupted. So then you'd like download them onto your PC. Obviously, I didn't understand any of this at all when I was in middle and high school, because I didn't understand technology or software, even in the slightest bit at that time. But like, all I knew is like I would click on it and a bunch of stuff would pop up that I didn't understand, and it would freak me out, so then I would close it out. I didn't like it. But yeah, like and there'd also be like sometimes even like spyware and like phishing shit like embedded into some of those downloads and stuff like that. So that was on like the danger of like those. I mean, it's just like anything else today, like downloading shit like from the internet that's like pirated. Like you're putting yourself at risk for like viruses and shit like that. Yeah, I mean, if you never got any viruses, bro, that is pretty lucky. I was never lucky on that front. Like when I got like older and I had like my own laptop, I would like pirate TV shows and stuff like that. Like I can't remember where it was streaming. I guess maybe I didn't have the streaming service for it, but I used to pirate like watching like Supernatural and like The Walking Dead and stuff like that. And I for sure had viruses on my computer. Like my computer would do the most, like I would just get random pop-ups all the time on my laptop. Like it ran so slowly. Like I really fucked that shit up watching pirated TV shows on there. Um, oh, you didn't understand them as a kid. Yeah. I mean, I kind of didn't either. I just like would feel overwhelmed and confused if I clicked on something and like stuff popped up and I didn't understand what it was. So I would just, instead of like trying to figure it out, like because I kind of feel like part of me knew that I wasn't supposed to be doing it. Like part of me knew like it was like illegal. So then stuff would pop up and it would freak me out and I'd close it out. And I didn't want to fuck with it. I was a pussy. Why you barking in chat? You got that dog in you? I don't know, chat. Are you guys ready for Danganronpa? I feel like I feel like maybe we should talk for another hour instead of playing Danganronpa. But I feel like maybe, I don't know. Do you guys think it's time to finish Danganronpa? Thoughts? Thoughts? Prayers? If we start now, we might be able to finish it tonight. I don't know. We're about to jump right into a class trial. Like, no warnings, no warm-up, nothing. The second we start the game, it's class trial time. Hit your stream, follow your dreams. I think it's time. I think it's time we solve this mystery once and for all. For those of you who don't know how Danganronpa ends, because you've never played or you've never watched anyone play, I also forgot how it ends. So it's going to be a surprise for all of us. But all I remember is that the end is crazy. So I hope you guys are ready. Have your seatbelts motherfucking buckled, okay, for this shit. Because I remember the ending is kind of insane. Where the fuck is Danganronpa? There it is. Where's that stupid fucking bear? And... oh my god, I forget. It's so loud. It's so loud. Oh my god. So loud. Please, Danganronpa, why are you so loud? Danganronpa. Let me change that category. Danganronpa. Dude, this game is so loud. It's like, it surprises me every time. And if I remember correctly, I literally turned down the volume in the game as much as I can, and it's still loud as shit. Raw dog the class trial time. I know, yeah. No protection all night. We're doing it, chat. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, literally, like, here we are. What if I find a coin? I'll have to leave. I would have actually flipped my lid if I found a coin when I clicked on those. As the door slid shut. Oh my god, I'm so ready, guys. I'm so ready to finish this game. I think we'll do it tonight. This time the clunking was loud enough to hurt my ears, and the dread began to consume me once again. I can't imagine ever getting used to the metal pressure that comes with preparing for an execution. In that dusty darkness, nobody said a word. We just stood there, silent and still. After an immeasurable period of time, the doors opened without warning. A dazzling light penetrated every depth of my eyes. But it wasn't the illuminating light of hope. It was the light of despair! Yes, the blinding light of despair! Let's go! Alright. I feel like the game gets significantly quieter after the intro credits, so I'm gonna turn it up just a little bit. But let me know if the audio is too loud for you guys. Old game, old settings, yeah. That, like, intro is always, like, brain blast loud as fuck. I've been waiting for this. I feel like it's been forever since we got together like this. The time for pointless jokes and jabs has passed. Let's get on with the show. Let's go. And so the curtain opened for the 5th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, A deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial! Let's go! I'm fucking hype. I know we literally just saved, but yeah, sure, why not? Let's save again. Alright, we have a new skill. I can't remember what it is called, but I know that we got a new skill. This one. Alright, we're locked and loaded. What does that one do? Increases bullet capacity, effective during bullet time battle. Oh my god, fuck yeah! Hell yeah. That'll be really handy, actually. Okay, let's flip through our truth bullets real quick. The Monokuma file. The body. Oh yeah, the body was like half wet. Nails, tattoo, fragments, sprinklers, 7:30. Time of murder, knife, tarp. No, there's a missing chicken. I have no idea how that's related at all. What's Byakuya's account? There's no corpse in the garden after nighttime. Okay, yeah. Byakuya also said that they were all together. Okay, yeah, so that was the account about everyone having a alibi. The corpse had a mask covering its head and a white jacket covering the body. Knife in the abdomen. Body had stopped bleeding, but their blood was still wet, but there was no blood on the ground, indicating that the body was definitely moved. Mukuro Ikasaba. Something about how she disappeared. Fenrir tattoo. 16 students. Woodblock key. The arrows. I have genuinely no idea how these arrows or this duct tape is going to tie into this. Kyoko used Monokuma's secret tool, which grants access to any room in the school to sneak into the second floor of the dorms. This area seems to have no monitors. How is any of this going to be related? Oh my gosh. I feel like this is definitely going to be the hardest one, and we might actually have to, like, this might take a few tries to solve. I don't know. I've been doing really well with the class trials leading up to this point.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results.
Thanks, Monokuma.
If you can figure out who done it...
Victoria! Welcome in! Yes, murder games. It's murder games time. And you came at the perfect time. We're about to start the 5th class trial, which is the last class trial in Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. So it's about to get crazy up in here. We're about to be solving the craziest murder mystery of all time. For every class trial up until this point, I've had a pretty good idea of who I thought the culprit was. And the mystery was like relatively easy to solve. But I feel like the difficulty between those ones and this one is going to be pretty significant because it's the last one. This is like the final boss, so to speak.
Then I'll punish everyone besides the Blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate.
All right, we understand the rules.
Well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim.
All right, let's do that.
First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no
Dude,
other
Kyoko is
explanation.
standing right there.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost.
But she has legs and stuff.
Oh my god.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
Okay, buddy.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
I agree, Byakuya.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Oh my god. I can't believe everyone in this class is so stupid that we have to actually do this.
Her traits?
One important trait Kyoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to her are the
I
gloves.
got it! I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
I know.
And would you happen to know the answer?
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Oh, you know, now that I think about it, The corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
Yes, and the corpse also had fake nails and a tattoo.
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
Oh my god. Like, I can't believe this is even a discussion that has to be had. There's no way that Kyoko's a ghost, but if I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. So I don't have any choice but to... This isn't what bullet time battle is. I forgot what this part is called, but... Tattoo on the right hand, fake nails, exploded... It's either gonna be the tattoo or the fake nails.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion?
Well, yeah.
Oops.
She must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
Okay. I know that the body isn't Kyoko's and I know I can prove it.
Kyoko there is just a ghost.
How do I fast forward again?
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the...
Well, yeah. She must have been wearing... Because that corpse is absolutely
She must have been
Kyoko.
wearing gloves.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
Would it be the fake nails? I think maybe it's the fake nails.
That Kyoko. Okay, then prove
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
They got burnt up.
Then she was wearing gloves?
Well, yeah. She must have been wearing gloves.
Okay, there we go. Nailed it. No, that's wrong.
No. There's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember?
I mean, you can still wear gloves even if you have fake nails, but okay, go off, I guess.
I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain.
It is annoying, but it's still possible.
Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right? It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails.
Okay, that's a good point.
Don't you
Jeez, man. You don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
How, Hero, you don't know shit about women. You've never even touched a woman. Come on. Look at that guy.
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Hina understands what I'm saying.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to
Hero doesn't
Kyoko.
know shit about dick. That's what I'm saying. Hero don't know shit about dick. You guys understand.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
Before anything, we have to identify the victim. Everything starts from there. Well, it's the 16th student that Monokuma talked about, but... Sprinkler's exploded body, tattoo on the right hand.
If Kyoko really is still alive, then who died?
There's gotta be some way to... I don't think so.
The face was scorched beyond recognition, and there wasn't any description in the Monokuma.
Oh, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
Okay, probably tattoo with identify the body.
Kyoko really... Then who died?
There's gotta be... I don't think so. And there wasn't any description. Oh, if we can't identify the body...
There we go.
No, it's wrong.
Can Hero be the one to be bipped? If only. I think...
There was
I
one
don't know
thing
who
that
all
could be
survives
used
this
to identify
endeavor.
the body.
What? For real?
You're lying. You'll die a cruel...
Like,
and
all I
unusual
know is
death.
that Makoto and Kyoko and Byakuya definitely survive, but I don't know if the rest of the students survive.
Oh, an unusual death. This I gotta see.
She's just being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh?
I volunteered to take him out. Bro, you should have seen Hifumi. He was actually the worst.
Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Seriously? They really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
You can compare the tattoo to other information we have, the victim's identity. Yeah, it's the account about Fenrir. I think that's here. Yes.
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is a wolf. Hangman, let's go. Wolf. Wolf. Wolf-chan. Wolf.
Now I understand.
Now I understand.
The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
I don't know the premise of this game. It's a game where students murder each other and they have to figure out who did it. In a way, you kind of nailed it, yes. Essentially, the TLDR of this game is all of the students that attend this school show up on the first day of school, and then they all pass out. And when they wake up, the school is completely locked down, and they're being held captive there. And the only way to get out of the school is to murder another student. But there's a catch. If they murder another student, all of the other students get an opportunity to investigate the crime scene, and then they have a trial, a class trial. And if the murderer is caught, then the murderer is executed. But if the murderer is not caught, like if we incorrectly figure out who, like if we don't find the murderer, then the murderer gets to leave the school and all of the other students get executed. But it's like, there's more to it than that, but that's like the basic premise. Early college program, but you murder as a final exam. But yeah, you have to like get away with murder in order to like quote unquote graduate. But there's like a whole mystery to like why this is all even happening, and we're at the very end of the game, so if you stick around, we'll all figure it out together. I played this game back in like 2019, but I don't remember how it ends, so yeah, there's like more rules, like you can only 2 murders can happen, like you can't go on a murdering spree or anything like that. There's like a bunch of rules and stuff too.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
Wow.
Wolf tattoo.
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf.
Sure
which
did.
means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Oh, hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a clue-ass trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
The photos with the red X,
Maybe we
those are
shouldn't have
like
been
students
thinking
that have
of
already
the
been
ultimate
murdered
despair in the
or
first place.
executed.
After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
And who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba? She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed.
Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
Have they tried being better so they don't die? I don't think they've tried that, honestly. They've been trying to get through this with the power of friendship, but they keep fucking it up.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character? Which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Shut up, Monokuma.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this, no matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
Ooh, big bad boss over here.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation. Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the record. The reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no. There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along.
Nope. There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then one of us killed Mukuro?
Seriously?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Yeah, it's either Makoto, which is me, or Kyoko, and I don't know, I feel like it has to have been Kyoko.
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
Based on what we know, there can only be two suspects, Makoto and Kyoko.
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma.
Wait, okay, but there is an error in his statement because just because there was no dead body in the garden doesn't mean that the person wasn't already murdered. They could have, because I'm already under the impression that they were murdered somewhere else and then the body was moved later on.
The whole time we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis.
What happens
The
if you
only
catch
one
yourself?
without
I mean,
alibis-
I know that I didn't do it because I'm player character, so really, like, that's like the only thing I do know. But so this game doesn't really have like dead ends or like or like it's not like a story tree game. The plot is extremely linear, so like there's only ever like one answer to everything, and like you can't get the wrong answer because the game won't let you. Like it will just be like you're wrong. Like if you try to like click the wrong answer, it's just like that's incorrect. Try again. Like so like with like the class trials and stuff like that, like there is no like ending where you get like where you like pick the wrong person and like the class gets executed or something like that.
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow.
Exactly so.
The only suspects now are me and Kyoko. I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the
Yeah.
murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at... Well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one
9.
who saw the body first was Toko, right?
It was like 9
And
o'clock
she
or
went to go get
9:30.
the pickaxe.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
Now then, Toko, what time is it? We left the gym. It was just before 9, so it's probably 9 on the dot.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
The murder happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m., and I don't have an alibi from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. It looks like the game has begun. If I can't provide an alibi for that period, then I just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. To do that, I have to make it clear when the body ended up in the garden. Well, it had to have gotten into the garden after 7:30 because that's when the sprinklers. Yeah, the sprinklers. Sprinklers!
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
Okay, I think I should say something about the sprinklers at 7:30. Yeah. I don't know if I should do the sprinklers though, or the body,
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock
the
at
body
night
analysis.
and 9 o'clock in
But
the
I think it's
morning.
probably the sprinklers.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi.
Yeah, from 10 to 7:30.
Oh,
Shoot!
shoot! See, if you do something incorrect, this happens. Like you just like get like told to try again. You're like, oh, I messed up. I need to think about it one more time, and then you get another chance.
We've established a time. It took place somewhere between 9 o'clock. Yep. And
Yeah, from 7:30.
Oh shit! I forgot to change the.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think.
So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be.
We've established a time frame. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
What? Oh my god, guys, I'm gonna get fucked up. Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think it is called just like Ace Detective.
Shoot!
I fucked up twice. Oh my god, my time.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the
Oh
morning.
wait. Oh, okay. It's sprinklers for.
Yep,
Wait.
and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for
Hang
most
on.
of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
I guess maybe.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think.
So Makoto, if you have any objections,
Ugh.
now would be the time.
Yeah, there's something that happens in the garden every morning. But I like. Would it not be the
We've
sprinklers?
established a time frame. It took place somewhere between 10.
There we go. Sprinkle. Come. Okay. That's some bullshit. But okay.
Actually,
Oh, it's Ace
the murder
Attorney.
couldn't have
Ace
happened
Attorney is what
anywhere
you're thinking
near 10
of.
o'clock.
And what makes you say
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet.
No,
Sorry,
only the
Toko,
upper
but
half.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words?
The opposite.
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean by denying the sprinkler? Are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Man,
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better.
I need to prove it wasn't the sprinklers that got the body wet. All I have to do is hit Toko with certain evidence that should do it. If we look at the body itself, that should make it clear. Ugh. They're really making me do everything.
I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! You don't know anything. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! You don't know anything. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I hate you. No, no, no! You don't know anything. Hold on. Are you trying to blame me?
Oh, okay, I got it.
How can you say it wasn't the
This should prove it.
Dude, there's so many components to the class trial. Yeah, there's like a rhythm game component. There's like the hangman game. There's like the part where I have to like watch everyone's arguments and like rebuttal it. Like there's so much. And then the second game, they add even more stuff. Also, Toko is just like actually insane. Like Toko as a character is really crazy.
The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry?
Bruh.
What a brutal maniac!
Bruh.
I'm so sick of her.
Me too, dude. Hina, you and me both.
Let's just move on.
He said, look at his face. He said, let's just move on.
The reason only the top half was wet was because
The top hat is wet because she was on fire. We threw water on it. We threw water on the
while
corpse.
the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
The corpse was rigged because the corpse had a mask on to make it so that we couldn't identify who, like, the corpse. But when we went to remove the mask, we didn't know it was rigged. So when we removed the mask, a bomb went off. And the bomb caught the upper halves of the corpse on fire. And we put out the fire by, like, throwing a bucket of water on it. But because it was on fire, it made the corpse unidentifiable.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, they rigged the corpse, bro.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Kyoko's the only one without an alibi, which would mean that that Mukuro's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko's murdered someone?
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever, which is why I can't let that happen.
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone.
You guys, I have no fucking clue. I think it's because Junko's not actually dead. I think Junko did it.
This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Can we say Hero so that we can kill him? No, if we say Hero and we're wrong, then the actual murderer is the only person who will live. Everybody else will get killed. I mean, Hero would die too, but like, everybody, all of the characters here would die, and then the person who actually committed the murder is the only one who would get to live.
Huh?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial. Something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
Nah, man, it's Junko Hiroshima.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did. Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
A certain something at the scene was used to cover the body. It could have been a tarp. I love that we're presenting evidence that incriminates us.
Aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In
But there was no blood
fact,
under the
that's
body.
exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean.
That also doesn't make sense because there would be blood on it.
This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Why would Kyoko say that? Why would she want to make me look like the killer? I can't think about that right now. The tarp. If it was used the way Kyoko said, the tarp must have touched the body, right? Yeah, but it doesn't have blood on it. But the body...
Wait.
And what might that be?
I can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. I have to refute what Kyoko said. There is no blood on the tarp! Body before the explosion. Exploded body analysis. Fragments near the dead body.
By covering the body with the tarp, the killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was only dirty on one side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
By covering the body, killer prevents.
So the reason the tarp was because the sprinkler,
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless.
it's because that side was protected from the water.
Ah! I did the wrong thing! I'm fucking it up so bad!
Covering the body, killer prevents.
So the reason that is because the spring,
But the underside, it was totally.
it's because that side, since it was facing,
Of course it didn't get dirty.
There we go.
No, it's wrong.
I knew it was the next one too, and I
Actually,
still fucked it
One
up.
side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right? Yakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Guys, this trial is in the bag. I never said this trial is in the bag. In fact, I said the exact opposite. I said this trial is gonna be hard and we might
Maybe
fuck
the
it up.
ghost washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
I think I spoke it into existence.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
The blood was camouflage?
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You mean
Someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office.
Oh, maybe this is where the chickens come in.
That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time. The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
They're talking about the chicken. The missing chicken. Missing chicken.
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
And then they could have thrown the dead
When I
chicken
checked
body
the
into
chicken
the
coop before the
Venus
murder,
flytrap
there
thing.
were 5 chickens.
Why are we once again
But
presenting
after the
evidence
murder,
that incriminates
only
us?
4.
We
So
stay
you're
trying to
saying
incriminate
Someone
ourselves.
killed a chicken and then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Not Kangaroo Jack.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body.
Mm-hmm. But there is no blood on the
That's not
ground.
what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait, no.
Oh, wait.
The head was through the neck hole.
Wait,
The
I never
claws
even
weren't in
noticed
the
that.
sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up.
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off, but the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body. The coat they've already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe. But still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that
Oh
point
no,
on?
we split up.
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up.
Oh
till
my
later.
god, we're being framed for murder!
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
That's not.
Kyoko said, I'm framing you for murder! Except it's not Kyoko who's trying to frame me. Because I don't think Kyoko committed the murder either. I can't remember who did it.
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
Yeah, it's true. She doesn't have an alibi either. So they're out here like really trying to hammer it onto me when she also doesn't have an alibi. We don't know where she's been all this time. She's been missing for like 2 days.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
And the suspicion falls back on me again. But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand. The Sky's dead body has been added to the truth bullet section. And also, like, this is the only class trial where, like, evidence is being added to my truth bullets, like, during the trial.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it?
Neither of us, bro!
Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
Nah, man.
Oh,
See? Pretty good idea, right?
no, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
Damn, Byakuya, you could have said it nicer.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
One we found stuck in the body before it
Yeah,
exploded,
very
right?
unfortunately, also, that was the knife that was in my room, so it's really not looking good for us, chat. Who do I think did it? Okay, so this is a complete twist, but there is a character who dies in the very beginning of the game, but she's not actually dead. And the only reason I know that is for two reasons. A, I played this game before, and B, she's the most popular character in the entire franchise. So, like, people are obsessed with her, so I, like, know, I know about that character. And she wouldn't be as popular as she is if she actually died right in the beginning of the game. So, I'm pretty sure it's her. Like, she quote-unquote dies in the very beginning, but I don't think she's actually dead. So you generally would think character player did it. Yeah, you would think either player character or Kyoko did it if, like when I played this game the first time, I was like, bro, I have not a singular clue. Well, I was like really convinced that it had to have been Kyoko because like as I mentioned, like since I am player character, there isn't anything that player character has done that like I, the player, haven't seen. So like I was really convinced that it was Kyoko. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like the and there's not really any foreshadowing or hinting at the fact that this extra character is still alive. So it's just like a twist that is like thrown in that like you don't know until it actually happens.
According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Listen, more important, now that we have the knife, what are we going to do with it? We can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. We don't know what she might do. I don't want it anyway. Why don't... Dude, and the fact that Kyoko is the one who suggested that we hang on to the knife, and then the knife just so happens to be the murder weapon. Like, they really set this up like Kyoko is framing us.
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just...
I couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto.
Oh yeah, also, so like the night of the murder, player character had like a crazy fever. And like all he remembers is like kind of having this like weird dream that like that he thinks wasn't a dream, where like someone tried to attack him with that knife and he like fought them off. But he doesn't like remember it very well. So yeah, there also is kind of like maybe player character did kill her. So yes, oh yeah, so player character maybe did it too. Yeah. Because there's like a period of time where like his memory is hazy because he had a really he was sick and he had a really bad fever. That's why he doesn't have an alibi as well. Because like everybody else was together and they tried to get player character to come join them, but like he was asleep because he was sick. And like they like knocked on his door, but he didn't answer because he was passed the fuck out because he was sick.
Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
But like player character is pretty sure he didn't do it. And the fact that Kyoko is the one who was like, hey, you should keep this knife in your room. And then the knife that she told us to keep just so happens to be the murder weapon. Like it really, at this point, if this was the first time I was playing the game, I'd be like, yo, Kyoko's dead ass framing us. What the fuck? Considering everything up until now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. Okay, let's do this. Disguised dead body, exploded body analysis, fragments near the dead body.
The knife we found lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right? So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
But we've already established the coat was put on the body after the tarp was removed. Which means the knife was thrust through the coat into the body. Oh, so maybe the knife isn't what killed her.
Lodged in the dead body.
It's the same one we gave to Makoto.
It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had that automatic?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her.
I think it's
so
the
there's
getting
no
stabbed. I think I need to do disguised dead body
You
under
took that
getting
knife of
stabbed
yours
being
and
what.
killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are.
Okay. I think that's the course of action we need to take.
The knife we found. It's the same one. It really is, isn't it?
If he did have that, that seals it. Just because I had the knife, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her.
There we go.
No, it's wrong.
We did it.
Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her.
No, don't you remember? The killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine.
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Ooh, got him.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
The victim was stabbed twice in the same spot? No, there's no way that's possible. The exact condition of the body was written down for everyone to see. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck on the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with the other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Okay, yeah.
I got it! The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
Of course you did, you dumbass.
Then the knife
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her.
But they said there was a bludgeoning wound to the head.
It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Bro has so many zingers, it's crazy.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion.
No, you absolute fucking imbecile. It was the bomb from inside of the Monokuma robot.
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we
I
will
love how they
reveal
always
the
make it
witness.
be my job to tell everyone what's going on. Like, I know I'm the main character, but still. There's only one explanation I can think of.
I got it! After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere.
Once again, did they collect all this evidence and bring it down to the courtroom? Or do we all just have, like, photographic memories?
That's
Because
what
we
meant.
don't have any
Because
cameras
of
to take
course.
pictures of evidence.
We saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh, then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Well, yes. What else would it have possibly been?
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto.
Mm-hmm.
And the only one who would benefit from that
Is Kyoko.
is the only other possible suspect.
And I was like, my wife is framing me! Kyoko's my fucking bae, you guys.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
Except, I don't know how we figure out and get to the conclusion that there's another person. Like, how do we figure out that Junko is alive? Because I know that that happens during this. I'm pretty sure that happens during this class trial. We need to determine what ultimately killed the victim. I need to concentrate. Monokuma file's my only bullet? Oh my god, they're really making me work for it.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
Fatal
The
injury.
explosion didn't kill her for sure.
Explosion.
Yes.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't me because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
Mm-hmm.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Shit. The knife was a cover-up and all those other wounds on her body weren't fresh, which only leaves...
Then shall we continue?
I don't
the
know. I don't know.
debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
Oh, okay. I think I know what I'm supposed to do.
Well,
Yeah, she was.
And it wasn't me then.
Oh yeah.
that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was
Okay,
hit
I
on
think
the
I'm supposed to
back of her
pick
head.
this one up and then drop it at the beginning of the...
The victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire. Then shall we continue? The victim's
Fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
Okay, I think it's supposed to be that.
For sure.
well.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like the fatal injury comment.
That's gotta be it. And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
Please be the obvious answer. Please.
The victim's fatal injury has yet to
Yes! Okay. Woo! What if no one commits murder? Then we just get to live peacefully inside of the school.
Died because of the blow to the
But
back
we
of the
can't
head
leave.
she suffered.
So like, there's like more to the game, right? Like, the students actually have everything they could possibly need to live here in the school. Like, we have dorm rooms, we have endless supply of food, we have like, we even have like a rec room, a pool, and other amenities. So there's like, it wouldn't be like uncomfortable. There is no Wi-Fi. We don't have any connection to the outside world whatsoever. So like, how the like mastermind of the game sort of starts to like convince people to commit murder is they start showing us, like they start kind of like either showing us stuff from the outside world that would make us really, really want to get out there. So for player character, the thing that they showed us was a recording of the living room where our family lives, and it's all fucked up and our family is missing. And like it's supposed to like motivate us to kill someone to try to get out so that we can investigate what's going on in the outside world. And then in another part of the game, they like blackmail the students essentially. They like every single student has like a really crazy secret that they want to keep, and the mastermind like threatens to expose that secret if if they don't commit murder. So that's why the murders start happening, because they're manipulated into starting to commit murders.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point.
Player character's secret was really lame. Player character's secret was that he like still wet the bed when he was in high school or something like that. It was really dumb. But the person who committed murder in that part was Mondo. And his secret was like really serious, but I can't remember what it was. It had something to do with like his brother or something. Like, I don't know. It was something like it was a much more serious thing. Yeah, player characters was just that like he wet the bed. But yeah, the person who committed murder in that chapter, like he had a more... What was Mondo's secret? Oh, Yumi, do you remember? Oh, he has like survivor's guilt. Yeah, something about like his brother dying and it like being his fault or something like that. Or him like blaming himself for it. Yeah, dude, player character's secret's stupid.
And we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then, what was the murder weapon?
But see, that's why like player character doesn't really like ever feel very motivated to kill. Like player character is like the most basic ass guy ever in comparison to the rest of the characters.
The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe.
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
No way! The balance would be all off. You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with the metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground and spit on it.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Not these two beefing in the middle of the murder investigation.
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto. Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
Shit, dog. I haven't. I don't know what it is. How has she not murdered anyone? She's not murdered anyone in this death game, but she actually has a split personality. So right now she's Toko, but her other identity is Genocide Jill, and she's the ultimate serial killer. But like, she has like a specific type of victim that she likes to kill, and she's got a specific MO. So like, she hasn't like had anyone really that she like wants to murder in the school other than Byakuya, because she's obsessed with him. But she's like a yandere type character. But she's like a yandere and also like a sadist. I won't go to therapy. Let me kill someone. I mean, well, they couldn't go to therapy while they were stuck in here. The real murder weapon. Dog, I actually don't know. I don't know. They're giving me 7 whole minutes for this, but I really don't know. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to click that. I meant to... No, shit. I didn't mean to click on that. That was an accident. I'm really fucking it up, bro. I'm choking. I bumped the wrong thing. Does it have to do with the arrows? Set of arrows was found in the dojo locker. There appear to be 10 in total. Along with the arrows, there is also a wadded up ball of duct tape. Duct tape has traces of blood on it. It's assumed that this is related to the case, but nobody can imagine how. I feel like it's one of these. Kyoko used Monokuma's secret tool. Okay, it's not that. It's gotta be either the arrows or the duct tape, but we'll just do the duct tape and see what happens. Okay, it's definitely not the duct tape.
Shoot.
Oh my god, my life bar! I don't know! Is it the arrows? Please be the arrows, please.
I got
Oh my god, thank god.
Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something, and that's what killed her. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Arrow.
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Go to therapy before. Yanderes are sadists. I guess maybe. No, yanderes are like masochists, I feel like a lot of times. But this yandere is very specifically a sadist. Bro, yeah. No, it was the arrows! You were wrong!
Are you sure? That sounds...
But okay, I think what it is like the arrows were all taped together with the duct tape. And that's why the duct tape has blood on it. That's what I think happened.
Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right!
I'm not back-talking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame Hima for doubting it. Because there's one more thing about that weapon. One more secret. Oh my fuck. I don't know what it is! I guess it's the bloody duct tape.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, because in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin.
Okay, I think too thin is the one that we have to shoot at.
You have no...
Okay. I think we got this.
The titanium, it was in the dojo. I have no doubt.
Are you sure?
You don't sound...
Well, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just...
There we go. We nailed it.
You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled up wad of duct tape. The killer probably used this duct tape to bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway,
I like it when
explains
Toko
the
actually
murder.
talks about stuff that she's interested in.
As for who the culprit is,
She
that
sounds way
stashed
less
the weapon
crazy.
in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Yeah, because the wooden key was in her room.
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
Oh,
But she didn't have access to her room, so she couldn't have put it in there.
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to the death of us all. Remember?
of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I have evidence that Kyoko went to the dojo. It must be connected to the dojo locker.
The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her,
She
aren't
couldn't have gotten into her room because you have her room key, dumbass.
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
She was protecting me? Then does that mean she knew I was being attacked? And she came to my rescue. Could that be when... Which would mean that Kyoko, she killed someone? For me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait, I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
Yeah, you should, because you have her room key. Byakuya should know better than anyone. What does that mean? Okay, this one's pretty obvious. It has nothing to do with when the body was found, so we're gonna have to find the evidence inside of the argument.
Those words you just spoke, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
Okay, I think Kyoko gave her room key to Byakuya, which would mean yes. I know, I'm just trying to figure out.
Exactly, I'm not the killer. You should understand that more.
Byakuya,
Master would never hide.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
I think
You
maybe.
stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct?
I
But
think in my own
could I
room.
really have done that?
Okay, either I need to shoot this truth bullet.
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than.
Byakuya,
What are you? Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
There we go.
No, that's wrong.
I was like, it's either this way or it's the other way around.
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room.
Huh? Why not?
Because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room,
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
it would appear not.
But also she has a master key.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
But I think that Makoto's the only person who knows that. I don't think the rest of the class knows that. That's not actually true. There was a clear contradiction what Kyoko told us, an obvious lie. This isn't like her to try and save herself with a desperate lie. Does she really feel that threatened? Because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Was there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us. The mastermind's trap. The mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko? But what if that's not really true? What can I do? What should I do? What should I The mastermind's trapped. The victim was Mukuro and Kyoko killed her. What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. Yeah, we're the only one who knows that she has a master key. And that she could have gotten into her room because of her master key. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if the risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. What do I do? I have to decide right here and now whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie. Ooh, I don't remember this at all. This is like the only time that kind of feels like a story branch. Like, what should I do it? Should I let it go? Alright, we'll let it go. I've made my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There has to be some secret here. Something that has to do with the mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned.
Well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room. That it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
It had to be Makoto, right?
Damn, and it falls back on me once again.
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. And then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said, it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be...
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time. So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Yeah, guys, we're at the end, bro. We're at the end. Technically, no trial should have started if Mukuro have never showed up because all the students need to be present. That's true. She's been breaking the rules all this time. This shit's fishy. You're so right, Melis.
Voting time?
Are they gonna make me vote for someone? Oh, I still got an A even though I kind of like fumbled a few times. Wait, I got coins? Oh, but I only got 78.
Now,
If I hadn't fucked up so many times, we would have gotten more coins.
will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Ooh, and I didn't even... Usually we get to vote. Me? Holy shit. I don't remember this at all, bro. They voted for me? What? You think I'm the killer? Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's all your fault. Everyone, you're wrong. You've got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone. Good job?
Yep.
Yeah, they got it right. No, I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense. Okay, guys, so I think what happens is if you agree to go along with Kyoko's lie, She is the one who gets chosen as the Blackened. And Monokuma, because I think that's what I did on my first playthrough. I think like my first playthrough, I like exposed her lie. And then she was the one who got chosen. But like neither of like we get like set up into like an execution, but we don't die. We like escape or something. It makes perfect sense. It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trials, and I'm gonna end it the same way.
Thrills, chills, kills!
It's time for your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment. Wait, why do I... Kyoko.
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
I don't remember what happens with this. Because yeah, I think Kyoko gets blamed the first time I do this. Cause it's not either of us. Holy shit. Look at poor little Makoto. He's just a little guy. I think that this death scene is the same though. Now I'm gonna have to like look it up. Because I'm pretty sure like, yeah, I'm pretty sure depending on what choice you make, like somebody else gets blamed. But then I wonder what happens if you just choose run. Murder. Oh my god, his face! Is Monokuma actually giving a lecture? Or is it they're just a little robot Monokuma pointing at the screen? It drags out until either you or Kyoko gets picked. Gotcha. Okay, but I'm right though. Like if I had chosen yes, right, and then Chihiro saves us. Chihiro hacks into the system and saves us. We don't get crushed. But we do get dumped down a really far hole. I don't know how we survived this fall. What's this? What's going on? Hey, what was that? Yeah, it had to be. Alter ego. Alter ego? Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Damn it all to hell, I don't believe this.
It would seem...
It seems you finally made a miscalculation. No, you miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words...
What I'm saying is you shouldn't have underestimated us. What are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an itch. The stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit, in a way, that's an even better special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world. Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what's the meaning of all of this? Just what the hell is going on?
Calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time.
In other words...
Now it's the masterminds that's ensnared.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
So...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. Oh! We're at the beginning of the game! The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in the bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable, a government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. There are 2 things you need to attend this school. 1, you have to already be attending high school. 2, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gate of the ultimate school, filled with the ultimate students, was me. Oh! Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. My body felt heavy. It wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? It wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Finally. I could finally feel my mind and body starting to come back together again. And then I was awake. Or was this just another dream? A dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast, dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. A heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in there until I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remembered all too well what had happened. Alter Ego saved me, and he used up the last little bit of his strength to do it. So I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. And with that, my pursuit of survival began. First step was to start looking for a way out of there. Is that an airplane? How'd something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? That's a rocket and a tank. I'd better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. That's not what I wanted to click on. This is a desk. It's probably the one that fell down here with me. It's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't going to be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon. I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. But that was pointless too. Next, I searched for some water. How can I be sure which liquid I can drink and which are all around a bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. But that's still not enough reason to give up, because I'm still alive. As long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. He's so real. He's so me, actually. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. That was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. And all I did was sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. What the? The strange sound pierced my silent isolation, drawing me awake. As I watched the pile of garbage jostle and form an odd shape. Did something fall over there? Something fell from above. What could it have been? I carefully stretched my hand out towards whatever it was that had tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was. She's got a little ramen cup on her head! Kyoko! I'm gonna send you a clip and these 3 lines foreshadow the entire game. I must have missed it. I'll watch it when I finish. This place smells awful. Kyoko?
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. What are you doing down here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, and then faced me again.
Hey.
First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Thank you! I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way towards my stomach. So you still haven't given up, then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at.
Hmm?
Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. But Kyoko, why did you come to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. Or, no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that. You didn't abandon me. No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason I had to survive, no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive,
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
Indeed.
That's right. At least I did. Once. Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot? But that's... I had no memory of what my purpose was. Amnesia. Then it really is true? You lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at this school? You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point, my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all of that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Are you saying you think you lost your memory because... I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory. But why would they want to do that? There's only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability, somehow they would interfere with the mastermind's plan. So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However...
And it could also mean, somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of this school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time. But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
Why is that?
If I did that and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us.
Correct.
Well, don't make too big of a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right? The mastermind, one of us? If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would look into her missing memory by herself.
However,
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me. But why me? Because, among everyone, you were the least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but... I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
It's just like the dream I had before, but... Why did that just happen?
listen.
Are you okay? Oh yeah, it's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know. It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced. Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability. You mentioned your ability. My ability. What everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective. The ultimate detective?
correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy. There was someone I had to find here in the school.
So,
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
in other words,
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad is Hope Peak's Academy's headmaster? Then that explains. When Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way. No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
no matter what?
No matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko, what's going on? My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. If you take the blame, she gets to save you. Wait, but if I let her take the blame, what happens? Because I feel like maybe I did that in my first playthrough, but maybe not. I can't remember. Makoto is so convinced he's in a corner eating that cup of ramen that was on her head. Oh, I save her. Okay, that's what I thought. It's like the only part of the game that's like, there's like two different outcomes, but like it still ends up the same way. We still both end up here inside the garbage chute. That makes sense.
However,
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstandings. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. Then what did you see in there?
so,
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess. The desk drawers dumped onto the floor. The only conclusion is someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
it's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I'd found. But why there? Because I also found this in the headmaster's room. Is this some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entire Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. and I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if that were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So when you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room,
However,
but once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So, what was it like, that part of the school, I mean? It's hard to describe. All I can say is, the moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we ever imagined. What do you mean?
so
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself, and I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. It sounds like it must be important, and really ominous.
however,
Something, which is why I had no idea what's going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikasaba, doesn't it?
however,
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi. So then who did kill her?
anyway,
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikasaba was to get me killed. To get you killed?
indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, and in retaliation they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial. The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly. You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion.
In other words,
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use the class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules? That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
hey,
There's one other thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikasaba. What's that? There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto. I could have become the victim?
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Do you mean during the night? I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death. What? I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases just like this,
Anyway,
which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor. I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
correct.
I ran into your room and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
That wasn't the end of things. I stopped them, but that led to whoever the masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me. The whole game was solved under your nose. It's just crazy you forgot. I have the worst memory ever, bro. So, all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I think. But that's really bad if it's true. I mean, it means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try and kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right, that is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction. So what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means that the mastermind is the one who's been cornered.
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair. The other ultimate despair? There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair, and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person. It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event. You're talking about
That's right.
what happened a year ago. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy. Whoever's responsible for that. They're the ultimate despair?
It would seem...
That despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. Then they're,
Indeed.
make no mistake, they're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. Oh, we finished the chapter. I think we are on the last one now. If I'm in the Discord, your clip explains it. Okay, I'll check it out in a little bit. One more chapter. We totally can finish. Guys, we can finish this game tonight. We have time. We have time. Yes. 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 The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. Those same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. Can I go to the gacha machine? I surely hope so, because I have 78 coins burning a hole in my pocket right now. But right now...
Anyway...
Right now we have to get out of this horrible place. Figuring out the rest of the story can come after. Yeah, you're right. It's locked, but we have a way to open this door. Yeah, give me your key. Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. And it can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
Then we should be able to use it on that door, right? Hey, Kyoko, can we use that key of yours to open this door?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the keyhole. And then... Yes! It opened.
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. We quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Finally. We were finally free. But there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief, because the real fight had just begun. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. Chapter 6! Chapter 6! Let's fucking go! After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up like a chimney. There was a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. Not the panty shot of my wife! This is disrespectful. Chat, don't look. Don't look at my wife's butt. Don't look at her. Hold on. Don't look. Don't look. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. It's true, she's a minor. No one can look at my wife's butt but me. We climbed into the darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down. Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help me keep my mind off it. So Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said that you're the ultimate detective, right? So how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. Then, is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. Huh? But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So...
Right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil. That is how we can uncover the absolute truth. We can stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society. Which is why we've made a conscious effort to conceal our existence. They're like ninjas, bro. A conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational. But it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Okay, you guys can look now. Now that my wife's butt and her sanctity have been preserved, you guys can look. But I couldn't allow you guys to stare right up my wife's skirt like that. It was disrespectful. Because she hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family. No!
However,
It's fine. I guess you guys can look a little bit. And yet, I gave up some of that pride. Huh? In order to enter Hope's Peak Academy, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak Academy, it was because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
what?
Reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father. Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk about to my father.
However,
There is something I want to say, though. What? No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face. What is it?
So...
I want to sever all ties with him. Sever? The last time I saw him, I was still very young. So I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented. He had a promising future,
However,
but he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died, and he simply ran away. He went to my grandfather, and they had a huge argument, and young as I was, he left me behind. I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. That's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However,
But there's one thing. One thing that I can never forgive. Really?
so...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However,
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. That's how they see me, even to this day.
I...
His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
Correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past. In order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago. But you're family. To just cut him off like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey.
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. I was so shocked to hear her say something like that, I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. White girl got some ass. I mean, she had some nice thighs. But we cannot look at my wife like that. We have to look at her respectfully at all times. That's Pookie Bear. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top. It's true, she is Japanese. A white person wouldn't have a last name like Kirigiri, or a first name like Kyoko. It looks like this is it.
Indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us. We're back.
That's right.
Remember the hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. Well, here goes nothing. I reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. The hatch opened with ease, and so... Looks like we're back.
Whew.
But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back in Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out of there without you. No thanks is necessary. I was just returning the favor. So now what do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out... And I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So then...
Then let's just get a concrete answer. Huh?
In other words...
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
However...
If we try to hide, it's only a matter of time till we're found out. And it's not like we can run away. As she said that, she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying, rather than stressing out over getting caught, we should give up now? Don't worry. What you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind is ensnared. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
So...
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was?
Right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little... no, super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going. Okay. To the gym. I'm sprinting, but it doesn't feel fast enough. Oh my god. It's gambling time! I wasn't sure if it was gonna let me. But this is our last chance. Our last chance. I can't believe in the midst of all of this chaos, the game is letting me do this. This is fucking awesome. Gachapon, 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 gachapon. There's no way we're getting all of the items in the machine. But we can try. Oh my god, not the crazy panties. We're just getting a bunch of dupes. Lucky Pawn. So you guys, what do you think so far about all of this crazy shit going on? We're not dead. There's still a bajillion more mystery pieces to solve. Ultimate detective. Trying to find her dad. Kyoko totally trauma dumped on us back there. Ma'am, I didn't ask for this. If we can get to 80%, I'll feel pretty satisfied. But we keep getting fucking dupes. We've gotten 2 new items. It's gotcha time, baby! We're at 79%. We're really close to 80. Give me the rare item! Give me the rare item! Lucky Pawn! I want the rare item! You give me lucky item! If only we hadn't fucked up so much. Ooh, we made it to 80%. If only we hadn't fucked up so much during the class trial, we would have had more coins. Oh shit. Oh shit. But I blundered like 4 times. I fucking choked, you guys. It's okay, the game's rewarding me. Let's go. This is hands down the best part of the game. You can't tell me otherwise. Oh, bro. We're at 83%. Come on. Give me 90%. I want 90%. We've got to get it eventually, right? Oh my word. These dupes are killing me. Give me that lucky Pawn. Please. Oh! We made it to 85. Come on, RNG. Come on. Come on, RNG gods. Everyone, fold your hands and pray to the RNG gods. Join me in this prayer. Dear RNG gods. I implore you to allow me to unlock all of the items in this game. Amen. But 85% isn't too shabby. I'm not gonna lie. We're getting there. We only have 20 coins left though. Ooh! That was a new item and we got a lucky pawn. Cool. Oh, that's a dupe. That's a dupe. Ooh, I thought we almost got a double lucky. Once again, I cannot believe the game allowed me to come into the school store in the midst of like the most intense part of the game. But I'm not gonna complain. I swear we've gotten that heart-shaped ring like 50 times. We have a whole collection. I think we already had that, yeah. No new items. We're at 87%. We're so close. 88! That was a new item! Wee 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 wee. Definitely I've already gotten that one. We're so close, bro. We're so close. I want one of everything. I'm greedy. I bet you get an achievement too. There's no way we're getting all of it because I only had 9 coins left. But I would feel really good if we hit 90%. Seven more coins. I don't think it's happening, you guys. We keep getting dupes. Stop giving me dupes, you evil machine. 5 more tries. What are we gonna do with all this stuff? Where do we even keep it? Damn, bro, it's not happening. Unless we get insanely lucky on these last 2 coins. Nah, it's not happening. This is our last coin. Man. Well, that's the way the cookie crumbles, y'all. 88.29% is our final amount. I don't think there's any coins in this room, but just in case. We get one more try. We get one more try, you guys. We get one more try. We found a coin on the floor. Someone dropped it. And now it's ours. I feel like a little kid in an arcade who found an extra quarter on the floor. One more try. It was a dupe. It's fine. It's fine. We did our best. Anyway, let's go to the gym. Wait, where'd I go? Okay, I'm like, wait, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, I was like, literally the game won't let me go anywhere else probably. Except the school store because it's your last opportunity to get items. But we did good, guys. We did good. We did good. Look. Look. Look at how many things we got. Out of 114, we got 88%. We really filled it in. So I'm pretty satisfied. Like, most of the items at the top we got. Mostly the stuff that we're missing is like the stuff at the bottom. And I think these are just like, yeah, like this like bottom section. These must be like super rare items. But we got pretty much everything else. I think you'd have to do like really super well on all of the class trials. You gotta go to bed, but we're almost done. Just kidding. Honestly, this chapter might take a little while. Hey, hey, hey. Kyoko, I don't mind so much. But Makoto's supposed to be dead. What is he doing here? That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay? You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do?
Shing!
If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So now I gotta punish you again. And this time I won't leave anything to chance. Kyoko,
Right.
do whatever you feel you have to. What?
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
no.
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that that matters to you, right?
Huh?
I lose?
Hey!
You, explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
Because
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
in other words,
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackened and then executed, right? Hey, what are you talking about?
however,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right,
And in response to that unexpected development,
indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made the choice out of desperation. No, more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well.
However,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you killed it.
am I wrong?
Now here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro, you did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your own rules, which I know you love so much. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right? And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well?
And you can prove this, right?
Well,
No, I can't. Don't just say it like that. What is this, a comedy routine? To make such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
that doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there is only ever one absolute truth.
Boom, boom.
And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type?
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence? I'm head to bed. I almost KO'd twice. No worries. Thank you for hanging out. No worries, you guys. I know it's late. It is late. Depending on how long this chapter takes, I might have to call it quits too, since it's 2 a.m. But for now, I'm going to go a little further. But thank you guys for hanging out so far.
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased. Huh?
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume that you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice. So, what is this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair. Hey,
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial. One last showdown. In other words, This would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer, of the mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word. Interesting.
Barret!
Very interesting indeed. Barry.
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So time for some bear jokes. Now, what you've suggested might be plausible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
In other words,
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out? Or will my despair claim victory?
I can barely contain myself!
Let's have one final grisly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barret!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting end.
Guys!
So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries? That's right. Every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely contain myself!
then that'll be enough to qualify as a victory for you.
it's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along. Okay, well, good. Then let's bear it all. If you can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school, then you win. But if you can't do all of that, we'll all face execution, right? I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me? We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? I honestly can't believe how this has all turned out.
Hey,
But before we get started, I want to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure. So what?
hey,
I just want to confirm that that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement. You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on school regulations, and having a trial for Mukuro is no exception to that. Mukuro's trial is no exception. Then it's a part of the regulations? Which would have to mean that whoever killed Mukuro. It's a very polarizing approach, I know. But okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students. What?
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden?
Now I'm really angry!
I'm done talking. I got nothing left to say to you. So get lost, would ya? Why so mad? He seems emotionally unstable. Leave me alone. Get out of here. Okay, I'm going. You're really gonna let me go? I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. A super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto. Let's go. Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. I could hardly believe it, but I somehow ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
however,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true. But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. But honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
So,
They had no choice but to accept.
because
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard, like I said. So when was it that the mastermind let down their guard?
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen.
And what did you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet, somehow, the mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. A reason?
so
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other. They wanted to show the world.
it would seem
The mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that. Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
in other words,
So, the mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world. But why?
correct.
To prove a point, most likely. Prove a point?
Hey,
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept. You're talking about hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair, the mastermind wants the world to see that, to try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair. What? They want to prove that despair is better than hope? But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right, it is ridiculous. Completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair. But is that really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet, that same motivation is what led to the mastermind revealing their weakness.
In other words,
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. The mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations. If the mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
at the very least,
At least, that's how those who are watching this would have seen it. That's why the mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves.
indeed.
That's precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished. But in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all of their proper rules, to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer, then made me out to be the killer. But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer. When that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, the mastermind had to accept your suggestion.
Indeed.
To prove to the world that despair is better than hope, they have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words,
It would only do the mastermind harm to have it shown that they violated their own regulations. But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the mastermind to accept your challenge.
however,
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up. Still, I can't believe how much of the mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning, Essentially, I was making a bet.
Whew.
But it looks like I got it right. This time at least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time. I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him. Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I'd shown my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy. Yeah, you're probably right. How pathetic.
However,
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earn another chance to fight. We have to win this time,
correct.
or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing. You're right. If we can't defeat the mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There's no option except to win.
Hey,
But before we begin the final battle, we have to tell the others what's going on. True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone to destroy the mastermind. Work together with everyone.
however...
Is that really possible? Huh?
Anyway,
Right now, we have to find the others.
shall we go?
They're probably in the dorms somewhere. Dorms. Dorms. Fast as fuck, boy. Bro, they're gonna see me and Hero's gonna be like, a ghost? Where is everyone? Y'all fucking sleeping or something?
Hey,
I don't think he's here. Come on, we need to keep looking. Are they on the map? I guess we just have to keep knocking on people's doors. People who are still alive, at least.
hey,
They're probably in the dining hall. They're gonna be so shook, bro. And suddenly we were greeted with button mash. Hero might be in his room, the one labeled trash room. I mean, he might be. Also, one moment, guys. I'm gonna grab my water bottle from my bedside table. My desk water bottle is empty and I'm thirsty. We're so back. Let me get settled. I always pile a bunch of blankets on me when I'm gaming. You again. What is he doing? Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability reached its limit. Jeez, what the heck?
however...
I wonder what that was all about. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Oh my god!
Makoto?
Everyone's happy to see me! I thought they'd be freaked out. Hero's definitely gonna say I'm a ghost.
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto.
You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
Aw, they're happy to see me.
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
Oh my god, Hero. Everyone was there. All my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
Wait, what's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, that seriously stinks. It's Makoto. He smells like a wet dog. Get away. Shoo, shoo. And in a flash, my tears dried up.
Yo,
Makoto, what was it like hanging out in the spirit world? I didn't go to the spirit world.
you know?
Did you talk to her? Who? Miss Cleo. No, I didn't talk to her. I mean, I didn't go to the spirit world. I mean, who the heck is Miss Cleo? I still can't believe you survived. Do you realize why it is you escaped execution? It was Alter Ego. He saved my life.
That's right.
Not too many people can say they've had their lives saved by a computer program. I imagine it was a learning experience for you. So what have you guys been doing while I was gone? Well, we figured that since the trial is over, we'd have access to new places again. No dice. All the rooms that were locked before were still locked. So there weren't any new areas. Then where can we go to find new clues? Ugh, you stink. Are you rotten?
I'm telling you.
Rotten physically, mentally, every way you can be rotten. Sorry, I was rolling around in garbage for a while. The smell is so smelly. It's super smelly. You smell even worse than me. Way worse than me. I win. She seems happy for some reason.
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in an extended happy reunion. We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain? Explain what? But is it okay that you're here? What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
That's related to what we have to tell you all. I need to tell you all about the last class trial. The last class trial?
In other words,
We're going to redo Mukuro's trial.
Huh?
What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point of redoing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it, like I keep telling you.
wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course, it's not me or any of you. Then who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it was all the work of the mastermind.
Huh?
What? You're saying the mastermind killed Mukoto?
That's right.
It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
You spotted the trap, did you, Makoto? You make it sound like it was easy. I just,
however,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules. Which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh?
And the mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules? They had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last class trial. When you said, now it's the mastermind that's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean.
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here. For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again later. So knowing all this, what do we do now?
About that.
It's about who killed Mukoto, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind? But there's more to it than that, correct? For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school. Every last mystery? But we've been looking around all this time and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You've probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies.
Oh no!
Everyone?
I hate
Hey! Who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with things the way they are. I'm fine living here forever with Master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
anyway,
At this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth. In other words, the decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say.
But
But figuring out who the mastermind is, and how they killed Mukuro, and all the school's mysteries, it's a pretty tall friggin' order. Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries. I'm not so sure about that. Huh? I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone. You can't agree? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
Indeed.
That's what I thought too, at first. Until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. Hint? It's a very polarizing approach. But enough puns. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students, and the only people to take a single step in the school since the game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable. Huh? But why?
So, in other words...
If the mastermind is really the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in this school. Monokuma could probably murder Mukuro, but there's no way he could have disguised the scene like that.
In other words...
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game. Then the mastermind is... There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning. Mukuro, and you get 16. So the mastermind would have had to be one of them?
That's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now? You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
no way!
You can't be serious. Wait, we can't say that for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said that to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly a possibility, but only one among many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility. And that is one possibility we can't ignore. Yeah, I mean, they're an ultimate, right? The ultimate despair. So they must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible. But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Well,
Maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret.
But
I don't care how sneaky you are. We would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right?
Then maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand. In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us. Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation. Maybe, but still. Nighttime.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done. Now we need to begin our investigation. I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility.
Goodbye.
Well then. After making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall. Gah, Master. He didn't take me with him.
Hey.
Do you blame him? Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream or coffee. You're totally useless. So, bye. With that, Toko trudged out of the dining hall. And now she's gone. And you're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right.
Hmm.
Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. Laughing loudly, Hiro left the dining hall. Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves? What about you, Hina? I guess I'll do the same thing.
But,
I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know?
I mean...
But up till now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and gave everyone else. You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died. Makoto? That's really nice of you to say. But still, I know I've mostly been totally useless.
Okay.
So I figure at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help get us all out of here. So I'm gonna go off and do it on my own. See you later. Hina was in a surprisingly high spirit as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again, it's just us two.
Indeed.
So, you're gonna go off on your own too, right, Kyoko?
However,
Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going to do our searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
so...
That goes for all of us. I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigating doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as us splitting up to cover more ground. And then we can get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
So then,
Well, I'd better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school had been unlocked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school. We can visit all the places we couldn't go before.
Makoto.
No matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary. With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me. I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search. I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. So that's what I have to prove. I'll prove the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity and solve the mystery of the school. And then we can all escape together. Okay. I guess I'll start by taking another look around at Mukuro's Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Once we find out who killed Mukuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the mastermind is. So where should I start my investigation to figure out who killed her? I guess I should start with the rooms that were locked up until now. The headmaster's room, the bio lab, and the door in the data center with Monokuma's face on it. Oh, and on the second floor of the dorms, where the gate was down before, that should be open now, right? After that, I'll have to double check the areas that are connected to the murder, which means the garden and the dojo. Time to get started. Places to check has been added to the truth bullets. Alright, let's check all these places. I'm excited to look at the different areas. Wait. Wait, where is the area for the dorms? The second floor of the dorms. I don't even remember seeing something like that. Is it in this hallway somewhere? Oh, wait. It's over here. The gates open. We can finally check out the second floor of the dorms. Which means I have to do it. Let's fucking go. Holy shit. This is the second floor of the dorms? It looks like some ancient ruins. Or, no, it's more like a battlefield. Like a bomb blew up here or something. Yeah, look at this place. It's crazy. Bloodstains. The walls are all caved in. I can't even go in any of these rooms. Except this one. The bed is completely torn apart. I mean, it's not even really a bed anymore. It's just garbage. Holy shit. I found another coin. Our luck is turning around. I opened the door just a crack, glanced inside, and immediately closed it again. There wasn't even a hint of a bathroom, just a big pile of rubble. Nothing else in here, I guess. This is the girls' bathroom, bro, come on. There's no one in there. It's just a bathroom. Nothing in here. Oh. What's that eyeball on the wall? It's like a little giraffe. Holy shit. This room is filled with lockers. It must have been for Hope's Peak students who came before us. The class before ours must have used these lockers. No, not yet. I meant to hit this button. Oh my lord! They want me to look in all of these? There's a metal plate mounted to the locker. I really want to know what's inside, but there's no way. Ooh, but there's coins. Ho-hoo. Ho-hoo. Oh my god, Chad, did you see that? Did you see that coin? Alright. Can't get the locker open. There's a card reader for this locker. You have to use your e-handbook to open them. Ooh, no luck. Maybe the locker's owner can open it, which means none of us can do it. We're probably gonna get the same sort of stuff for all of these, but, you know, we'll give it a try. Also, maybe we'll find some coins. Maybe we'll find some coins. Hoo-hoo. Oh my god, they're like all overlapping. Oh my word. I've never clicked so fast in my life. My index finger is gonna be fucking gains. No, I didn't want to click on that one again. Oh my god. Just trying to click on the one next to it. Okay. Almost done. Almost done. Nice. Nice. 3 whole fucking coins. I can't believe I have to read this long ass dialogue for every single one of these. Okay, last one. Well, we found some coins. So, a win is a win, if you ask me. A win is a win. Alright. Last room. Oh, this place looks fancy. Look at this. This room doesn't feel like a student's room. It has a more adult atmosphere. It's the headmaster's private room. Kyoko.
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time. Okay, there's a lot of stuff to click on in here, and it's all kind of overlapping. There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left on it. Then we might be able to get some info on the ultimate despair?
However...
There's not much, though. Nothing we don't already know.
In other words...
Dude, we are getting that bag. I'm so excited to find more coins. I didn't think that we were going to get any more. The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy which happened 1 year ago. They're the worst sorts of people, whose driving force comes from despair.
However...
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there?
Whew.
But I guess that's the best he could do at as a complete Kirigiri failure. But any information about the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands on. Okay, got some evidence. The desk is home to a computer. Wait. Okay, I guess there's two things about the computer. A leather chair. I can't imagine a student using something like this. Okay, nothing important. Secret room? Secret room! Huh? There's a strange gap in the wall. It looks like some kind of design mistake, or a construction defect or something. Nah, dude, that's totally a secret room. There's a gap here, but not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out. A breeze?
Indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side of this wall. You mean like a hidden room? I think I might know how to open it. Open it! I want to go in the secret room. You know how to open it? Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open right up.
However...
But I don't have a clue what that password might be. All we know is it's probably made up of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from there.
It's true.
I looked through all of his paperwork, all of the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing that might have been his password. When I think of how much time I wasted on this. There's a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. But maybe for her there's more to it than that. If we want to get in there, we have to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. Actually, there might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example, what about your name?
What?
Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just trying to think of what the password might be. I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password. Knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her. Do you mind if I try it, just to be sure?
Well?
It's not like you need my permission. If you want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want. Okay, I will in a second. I just wanted to make sure there's nothing else I wanted to click on. I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name, but if that's not it, that might just hurt Kyoko even more.
Hey.
If you're worried about me, Mikoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong. In that case, here goes nothing. I collected myself and then turned to face the computer monitor. Let me just type the password here. I typed in her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling as I finished typing it in. And it worked, chat. It worked. That did it? Kyoko, it worked.
Why?
Kyoko? She's pissed, bro. She's pissed. Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim. My turn. I want to see the hidden room. A present? For me? Oh my god, look, there's a picture of her. Little baby Kyoko, shut up. Hey, Kyoko? I may as well not even have been in the room. Her gaze was fixed on only one thing. A present? Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. There's so many things to look at. The present is the most conspicuous, so we'll look last. Ugh, never mind. I guess we look first. There's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm getting kind of a bad vibe from it. But I mean, we can't not open it. Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto. Why? Do you think it's dangerous? No, not dangerous. But surprising, probably.
It would seem...
If it is what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see.
Anyway...
Just don't scream or anything, okay? Bro, what is it? A severed head? I'm just gonna open it. Step by heavy step, I approached the box. I took a deep breath and then took hold of the lid. Ever so slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. I stole a hesitant glance inside, and then we turned to stone because it's Medusa's head. Kyoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. Bones? I was close! I was close. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. What do you mean, just as I thought? Girl. Just as you thought? How could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in there. Human bones.
Wrong.
Well, it's not that I was thinking of the bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body. That's pretty much the same thing. A dead guy in a box. My father. What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box. Those bones. That body. That's my father. Or at least what's left of him. Are you serious? This is Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for? Hold on. How can you know that for sure? How do you know that's him?
So...
Given all the information we have already, that's the only possible answer. Flashbacks. Alter Ego said that the headmaster was probably here in the school, but the only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume
In other words...
that most likely my father was in this school, but he was also dead. That was my assumption anyway. As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Or, no, she wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it was just as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe that at some point she wanted to be proven wrong. Which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father, but so she could cut off all ties. But was that all there was to it? I gave up some of my pride to enter Hope's Peak. It was something that a Kirigiri detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder. Okay, now can I look at other stuff? Now can I look at other stuff? The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out. But I don't really want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without her permission.
Hey.
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you like. Are you sure?
Because...
Never let anything get in the way of the investigation. I don't. Kyoko said, "That's my dad." I mean, if your estranged father's bones were in a box, how would you react, you know? I think she's taking it pretty well. Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. Ask him to play catch. Hey, Dad. You old bag of bones. Let's play some catch. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer... Huh? Is this? It's an e-handbook, right? And it has a label on it that says in case of emergency. I'd found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
In other words...
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what it is. Dang, if only I had come here first. Then we could have gone to the locker room and opened all the lockers.
It would seem...
Now I'll have to go back. I bet there's some goodies inside them lockers. We'll look at her picture last. This filing cabinet seems like the type of place you'd find a clue. Bro, that does not look like a filing cabinet. That just looks like a personal clothing dresser.
Hey.
It's fine, check what you want. I went through each drawer one by one. All I found were piles and piles of unrelated documents. He was pretty dedicated to his job, huh?
Well?
It's just because he didn't have anything else. He could have inherited our family business, our legacy. Instead, he left it all behind.
Now,
if he couldn't even handle a job like this, he would have been that much more of a failure. I'm sure he couldn't stand the thought of that, and it made him desperate. Huh? This picture. I want a closer look. Yay! Oh my god, it's so cute to look at her. She's so little. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Is this a picture of... Hey, Kyoko. Ah, it's so cute. Oh my god, her face. I've never seen her make that expression. Oh, I've seen that one though. She's pissed.
Why would you?
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past, and yet to now find something like this. She looks like the 6th quintessential quintuplet sister. I've never watched quintessential quintuplets. It looks like, I feel like it's a show I would probably enjoy. So what do you expect me to do now? I was right. It's a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
I wanted to face him and tell him myself, to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. That's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time, he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Well, why is that a truth bullet?
Hey.
Listen, Makoto. Can I ask you a favor?
So,
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this. I know it will only inconvenience you that much more, but
hey,
could you leave?
correct.
Just for a little while. I'd just like to be alone for a bit. Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down a little.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order. You know, Kyoko, you told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. How you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. But maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again one day. Is that what you're gonna say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily.
Anyway,
Once I've got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please, just give me some time to myself. Okay, I understand. Then, I'll see you later. Dingro. Is she really okay? Kyoko. It must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. To find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. They killed the headmaster, killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead. So, headmaster in the school. Thank you, Alter Ego. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind. It's one of us. Yes, it's one of the 16 students. Yes. They're really driving that home. They're like, think about it. Think about it really hard. It's Junko Hiroshima. Somehow. I don't know how, but somehow it's Junko. Look at all those bodies. Me, Byakuya, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and Kyoko. Only those 6 people are still alive. Are you sure about that? There's no question. There's some other way. There is. There is. Don't worry, Makoto. There is. It's her ultimate skill being used from the start. Oh, yeah. Well, she's the ultimate fashionista, but there's, like, something else, right? Or maybe she just used the power of makeup. Anyway, let's go open those lockers. I can't believe we jumped through all those dialogue boxes just to come back around. Wait, come on. Yeah, the emergency one. There we go. This locker is totally disorganized. Whoever it belongs to probably has organization problems in every part of their life. This is a crystal ball. Huh? A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he'd ever use this locker. It's just not possible. No, I have a feeling every single locker we look through is going to have items from, like, us. Like, our students. Like, the 16 of us. Deck of playing cards, tarot cards, telling fortunes. It's just a coincidence, right? Textbooks, notebooks, dust everywhere. I have to assume this person didn't do a lot of studying. The moment I looked inside the notebooks, any sense of easiness I have evaporated. There was no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written Yasuhiro Hakagure. Is this our Yasuhiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes, which would mean He attended classes here? That can't be possible. Hiro came to this school at the same time as the rest of us. And we were all sucked into this evil world. We never had the chance to take any classes. What's this notebook? Our memories have been wiped. The doi doi. We've already been over this. Come on, Makoto. Get it together, bro. No clues in that locker. This is practically empty. There's just one thing, some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose it is. But there's some writing inside. It could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I'd better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting, and all the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been very meticulous. I was flipping through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there, words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster, and my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigies safe, to keep them as our hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster, and only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate our superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone else. I can't imagine a worse father. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. It can't be anyone else. But if this belongs to Kyoko, what is it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hasn't seen her dad since he left when she was little. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. What does it all mean? I quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. But when I reached the last page, the question marks spinning through my mind started spinning much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, and scrawled. Despair walks among us, and so we survive. What is this? What does it mean? How could this possibly make any sense? There's a second despair. But the more I see, the less it makes sense. Because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in the lockers that look like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems like it belongs to Hiro. And a pocketbook that seems like it belongs to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation. But if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward. And I have to believe in everyone. Nothing in that one. Nothing in that one. I don't think I can open these ones because they're fucked up. Yeah. I don't think I can open these ones either. Yeah, okay. Okay, we're good, we're good. Slay. We found all of the clues in this area, I think. So let's go ahead and go back downstairs. and look at the other areas on our list. Ooh, we got the hype music. Let's fucking go. What are the other places? The headmaster's room on the 4th floor, the biolab on the 5th floor, data center on the 4th floor. Okay, so let's check out those 4th floor locations first. Okay. To the 4th floor. What are the places? Headmaster's room and the data center with Monokuma's logo. Let's do the headmaster's room first. I think that's over here. Yeah. I'll see you guys after I finish the investigation period. We're gonna call it a night and we will save the final class trial for Wednesday. Because I am realizing that this is gonna take some time. And suddenly, yeah, I'm like, suddenly it's 3 a.m. I feel like we can, if it gets to be, like, I don't know. I'm gonna look around a little bit more. Maybe we'll just do this room and then we'll do the rest on Wednesday. Because I'm like, it's 3 a.m. and there's been so much dialogue. Like, if we were just, like, looking at stuff, like, collecting evidence and then walking away, I feel like we could finish the investigation period. But because there's been, like, a lot of, like, dialogue back and forth between the characters and stuff, it's been taking a long time. Yeah, there's been, like, so much plot. Too much plot. It's making it take a long time. This is the headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. Ah, Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. What's up, Byakuya? There are documents scattered all over the floor. Somehow it makes me feel anxious. There are trophies and even a shield in the display case. The bookshelf seems really well made, and it's filled with files and thick books.
Come on.
Hey, Makoto.
Not possible.
Are you ignoring me? You think I'll forgive that just because you're you?
Such ignorance.
When we get out of here, remember this moment. I'm not ignoring you. I was just looking around first. God, so sensitive. Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting? What do you mean something interesting? Take a look at this. It was on top of that pathetically ostentatious desk. Class number 78 student registry. It contains profiles for all of us and Mukuro.
So in other words...
Apparently, Class 78 refers to us. Wait, when we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room.
I see.
That's right, it also mentioned Class 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there along with hers,
In other words...
there can be no doubt Mukuro was a student here at Hope's Peak Academy, just like the rest of us. Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems that Kyoko was in a hurry. What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing, the way the paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages.
So, in other words,
When it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro than that we still didn't have. What kind of information? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seems to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself. I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background, an entity floats, close but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now, I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about all this. I need to push forward with my research into Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. Despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir. When she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She's one of my students after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was a part of the Ultimate Despair. I don't think there can be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean that Mukuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
what?
What's wrong, Mikoto?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought, but I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within the file that you should note. Did you notice the picture in there? A picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before. A girl who seems to be included as part of our class, number 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds. Jesus! She's tiny as fuck. That height with that weight is crazy. It even lists her vitals. What do you think? Are you asking me? Like, if she has a nice body? Well, I mean, 5'7" and 97 pounds is crazy, chat. That shit's crazy. Like, for the record, I'm 5'2", and I weigh like 108 pounds. So I'm like 5 inches shorter, and I weigh more. And I'm thin. Like, that's crazy. 5'7" and 97 pounds is crazy.
Stop talking.
You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll make your way back to the corpse, and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean? Wait, is he trying to say there's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible, but it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice from me to you, so I suggest you pay attention. Advice for me? You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well. It's not that we're getting along. She's just done a lot to help me. Well, don't put too much faith in her.
In other words,
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford. What are you saying? Just what I think. Call it a hunch. But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't as you will. I'll keep it in mind. Thanks. Alright, I think that's everything in this room. Yeah, I'm like, searching just that room took like 9 minutes, which is crazy. But there's one more room on this floor. So we might as well check the last room on this floor, and then we'll save the rest of the investigation for later.
Hey, Makoto.
Ah, Makoto, are you here to look around too? Is that what you were doing here? Yeah, I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma door.
Yeah.
So I figured if all the doors in the school had been unlocked, that one should be open too, right?
But,
Although I couldn't bring myself to open it.
I mean,
Because it might explode, right? And that'd really suck. So, you open it. I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. Okay, so I guess I'll open it. Ah, wait, let me take cover first. I don't want to get exploded. Hina raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it. Okay, go ahead. Everything will be okay, right? Alright, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. Oh my god! It's the Monokuma controls! Look at the little paw prints. There was no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was, whoa, this place is totally sci-fi! Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking the same thing. Okay. I think it's just these 3 things. What's this device? It looks like some kind of control panel. Is it really? It's really over the top though, like some kind of military installation or something. Yeah, it kind of looks like a mech cockpit, right? Hifumi would probably freak out if he saw it. So, the Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit? Then could that mean...
okay.
Alright, let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons. Hold on, you can't just or whatever something like this. But it was too late. Hina was already jabbing away at the control panel. Huh? Did you hear that? Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Hina, what did you push? I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one. The button that says Data Center. I took a good look at the control panel, and I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled Data Center. That must be the one she pushed. But the Data Center, that's right next door. The room we were just in. That's where the strange noise came from. I'd better go check it out. Yes, please. I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here. Girl. We just summoned Monokuma. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Is that Monokuma? Hey! Roar, give me all your donuts! Is that you, Hina?
What?
What? Aw, man, busted. How did you know?
Say what?
Anyway, what's this? Some kind of remote control camera setup? You don't even know what you're controlling?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
I guess what I found is a self-destruct. Wait. A self-destruct button. Whatever you do, don't push it.
Too bad.
Oh man. Were you seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside. Whoa, hey Makoto, what the heck was that just now? Monokuma. Huh? What do you mean? You were controlling just now. It was Monokuma. What? For real? Yep, it looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma. which means the mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. The mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. And this control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Kyoko's theory was right. But if the mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right? I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true... yeah, 16 students. Then the mastermind, Monokuma's puppeteer, really is the 16th student. There's no way, right? What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like that face you're making. Oh no, it's nothing. What about you? Is everything okay? Well, it's just... This is where the mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something. I can't say it isn't possible, but I really hope it's not true. So, like, you want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check out. Good point. Can't waste all our time standing here. Want to get going? But I haven't looked at everything yet. Oh my god. So I'm not allowed to look at everything else now because Hina wants to leave? That's some baloney. As soon as this door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. The door just locked on its own. My hand shot out to grab the doorknob. You're right, it's locked. But why? They are 14 after all, but damn, they're not. Dude, no, like. Well, I think that was for Mukuro, but like, that's crazy. Like, isn't she supposed to be a soldier? Like, wouldn't that mean that she's all muscle? Wouldn't that mean she's heavier? Like, than 97 pounds? Even at 14, she's 5'7". And she's a soldier. She's she's the ultimate soldier. So she would be like really buff, one would assume, or like at the very least like just really like fit. Like not buff like bulking muscles, but I would like assume that like she's all muscle.
Just a second.
Hey, no fair. You can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
Hey,
It's for your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school's mascot just up and stopped moving. Then that room.
Yep.
As you may have guessed, that's where my controls are. So right now, you're being operated by someone in that room?
Yes, indeed.
Correctamundo.
You're a liar.
But that doesn't make any sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you didn't, did you? Are you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch? I mean, I tried to, but Hina didn't let me. The hatch on the floor? Too bad. That was your one big chance and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course, that hatch can't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. Peace! He's gone, but... Was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there? In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, that proves it for sure.
Huh?
Then, when I said we should leave... Well, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault.
Sorry.
Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's keeping my body moving.
Okay.
I'm gonna go run around and tell everyone what we found here. You've got me all motivated again.
You got it.
I'm out. See you later. Hina took off at a full sprint. And I have to do what I can too. That's the only way forward. Okay, and that's gonna be it, I think. I think that's gonna be it for now. There's just too much. We still have 2 more places to investigate. It's time to rest. Ugh. I'm EB. I'm more EB this time than I was yesterday. Yesterday I had hella zoomies, but today I'm a little more tired. Well, you guys, thank you all for hanging with me. Do you guys want to do... there's not very many people in here, I don't think, right now. I feel like you guys all fell asleep. But there might be somebody online. I've been wanting to do more raids because I forget to do them. And I feel bad because people raid me and I'm like, I want to raid them back, you know? Let's see who's online. I think this person is pretty cool. Fu Sushi is playing Dark Souls. I think that she's maybe raided me before. So we'll do a quick little raid to Fu Sushi. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your evening. Make sure you guys get some sleep, stay hydrated, and I will see you guys on Wednesday. Oh, I think I spelled their name wrong. Raid. Fu Sushi. There we go. But yeah, Fu Sushi is playing some Dark Souls. Dark Souls 2 to be specific. So we'll do a quick little raid. And I will see you guys on Wednesday. Thank you guys for hanging with me. Have a good night. Bye. Bye, Yumi. Bye, Melis. Bye, Raiders. Good night.
君とならばそれでいいから何気ない日常を君といるだけでこの世界